Hello, hello, trying to talk, trying to talk, trying to talk, trying to talk, trying to talk. Trying to talk, 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 trying to talk. Okay, that's good. All right. Okay, let me try and get this set up again. with the game audio too. Fuck. Hey, I'm talking, I'm talking. Can you hear me? 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 I'm in Iron Forge. If you can hear me, let me know. Please, thank you. Etc. etc. I'm talking, I'm talking, I'm talking. I'm talking, I'm talking, I'm talking, I'm talking, I'm talking. I'm talking, 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 talking. Hmm. Let's try that maybe. That's not right. Bop, 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 bop. I have to get started with this. Mm-mm. Yeah, maybe. Thanks. Oh, you're here in the game now? Oh, I think this is coming out from a microphone. Okay. Now, might be able to hear sound now. I can't. That's fine. Let me know if you can hear me or the game or both. Let me know if this is good for sound. What? Okay. What do you do? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, let me turn that down. Let me know if the sound balance is better now. I can't hear the game audio at all, so I'm not really sure what it sounds like. It looks like it's streaming out, but I can't actually hear it going to anybody. Thanks. Fuck. Yeah, go for it. Let me know if you guys can hear me. I can't hear anything because of the way this thing is set up. Nothing's coming through my headphones, so I have no idea what this is going to sound like. Hopefully you guys can get some game audio, and hopefully you can hear some of me too. Let me know if you guys can hear me. I can't hear anything because of the way this thing is set up. Nothing's coming through my headphones, so I have no idea what this is going to sound like. Hopefully you guys can get some game audio, and hopefully you can hear
some of me to.
Alright, let me know if the audio gets out of balance or anything like that.
Like I said, I'm not listening in my head during playing right now.
Hopefully we'll
What this is going to sound like? Hopefully you guys get some live audio. You guys can hear me.
Everything else.
Let me know if
Let me know if the audio gets out of balance.
What this is going to sound like? Hopefully you guys get some live audio.
Everything else. Let me know if the audio gets out of balance.
What this is going to sound like? Hopefully you guys get some live audio.
Everything else. Let me know if the audio gets out of balance.
What this is going to sound like? What this is going to sound like? Get some live audio.
Everything else. Let me know if the audio gets out of balance. Hello. But there's no audio. Awesome. 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 Alright, let me try again. I'm going to be relying on you guys to let me know if you can hear me in the game, because I'm going to close down all the streams that I have open. And they're all muted, but for some reason it looks like it's kind of streaming out something. But let me know if I'm still echoing, I suppose. I'm trying to get this all figured out, but I haven't really used these USB headsets before, so I'm not really sure what's going on. So just let me know if it starts echoing again. And let me know if you can hear the game too. Theoretically you should be, but I'm not really sure if that's going to be working or not. And then I have no idea how to get the game audio to come through because this thing is really, really confusing. Okay. Alright, so I have no idea how to get the game audio started. The game audio is all supposed to be coming on through. It's turned down low, but I'm not sure that's the issue here. I think it's something more with the playback devices. Let me try and see. See if this starts coming through. Nope, it's not. Awesome. Anything? Any game audio at all? No idea why that wouldn't be coming through. This is really, really confusing. Okay, get out. I'll see you later. Well, I have really no idea how to get audio in this, and I prefer to have it running when we start this. Let me see if I can fiddle around it a little bit more. I apologize for the error, but these USB headsets I think I have coming in are, I think, overriding the audio output somehow, and I have no idea what is causing that to make the audio go away from the game, which is really, really dumb, and I don't understand it at all. Worst comes to worst, I have a few other headphones I can switch to, but they're all really short cables, and they are not super comfortable to use with this computer. And I have no idea how to really get them set up because they're all audio cable ready rather than the USB, which I find is a lot easier to get going. So bear with me for a second. Okay, hopefully a reboot has helped this. Let me try getting into chat again real quick and seeing if you guys are hearing me a little bit. Alright, I think you guys should be hearing game audio and me talking as well. If these little bars are any indication, let me know if you can or if you can't. Hopefully you can. And if you can hear me too, hopefully talking, it should be coming out. Alright, I'll turn the audio down in the game. Alright. Hopefully you guys can all hear me a little bit in the game audio. I'm not going to keep on the music the entire time, but I'll keep on the sound. But hopefully if you guys are all ready to go, I can start promoting this and tweet it out real quick, and we can get going to start playing a little bit. If you guys all seem to be good. Alright, let me tweet this out real quick, and I will be right back, and we'll get going. We'll get started. Oh my god! Yeah, what's up? Sure. Okay, just about ready to go. Let me just get a drink of water and come back to the desk, and I will hop off to probably... Actually, let me start flying. How about that? I think I'll start with Molten Core today, and do Blackwing Lair after that, assuming I can get through the first boss in Blackwing Lair, which is pretty tough. I'll start taking questions in a bit about WoW or anything else, but I just want to get a drink of water real quick, and let me get on the way before I hop off and do that. Iron 7. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, how long is the stream going to be live? Observer asks. Pretty sure I'm going to try and go through all of the old world raids. I'm going to try and take them somewhat slow and hopefully show off some of the boss phases, but it's really pretty tough to do that now because they're all 40 levels lower than I am, and usually you kind of one-shot them if you're not pretty careful. I'm going to try and show off some of the phases if they have phases, but in some of the cases it might just be more of me hitting people and having them die immediately, just because that's kind of the way you go through. I might take off some gear too to try to make it a little bit slower, but hopefully we'll just talk about how raids were back in the day. I didn't do many of them back in vanilla. I was not exactly a huge raider, mostly because my phone keeps on buzzing. Let me make sure I'm not doing something stupid here. Let me plug it in too because it's almost out of batteries. Okay. If you are interested in giving to the, let me actually put in the banner here for the Pencils of Promise link into the banner here. Tools, top banner, set. If you want to give money to the charity that of our choice for Community Endurance Run, you can just do it through that little link there to charity. It is called Pencils of Promise. We're trying to raise a few $100 today. I think our goal was $4,000, but we made it to about $3,500. I was a little sick the last time everybody was doing their streams, so that is why I'm doing this today. Here we go. All right, keep sending me questions in the chat. If you're on my YouTube page, I'm going to be in the giantbomb.com/chat, answering questions there and reading questions there as well. So that's where I'm going to be. So I'm going to hop over into Molten Core first, I think. Molten Core was one of the two raids that WoW launched with back in, God, 2004. The other one was Onyxia's Lair, which was a shorter raid, only one huge boss and I think a couple of smaller ones. But Molten Core was definitely the first really big one. So we'll go through it a little bit and we'll start talking about some of the design influences that have changed in WoW over the years. Obviously, back in the day, nobody could have flying mounts in Azeroth, but they have added those over the years, so now it's pretty quick to get around in the old world. So yeah, now you can actually fly in here. It used to be you'd always get dismounted and have to run through to get to everywhere in here, but now you can go ahead and fly. Now I just have to remember which one is Molten Core. I think you can get warped to it down here somewhere. You used to have to go through an instance to get into the Molten Core, if I recall correctly. I just did this the other day. Is this the guy who warps in there? Yeah, transfer you to the Molten Core. Lothos. Okay. Let me scroll down and see some questions here real quick. What keyboard do I use? I use a Logitech G710 Plus. Which is a nice, handy little mechanical keyboard. It gets a little sticky from time to time, unfortunately. How long is the stream going to be? Hopefully for at least... I'm going to try to get through all of the old school raids, all the classic raids. There were 6 at one point, I believe. I want to say Molten Core Blackwing, Lair, the 2 Ahn'Qiraj Temple ones, Onyxia and Naxxramas, but Naxxramas got booted out too. Wrath of the Lich King, so that's now not a classic raid anymore. Neither is Onyxia, but I might try and pop around to some of the other ones as well. But the 4 that we have on the docket are all fairly long, and there should be plenty to talk about. So yeah, keep on sending me questions if you want to. The server I'm on is Kelsarar or Senjin, one of those. Keldarai is the one I'm on. But I'm probably going to do most of this solo just because if I'll show you how quickly these things die. So that is like the least damaging skill I can do, but even so, everything's going to be pretty much one-hit kill. And keep in mind, this was a 40-man dungeon back in the day. So everything that I hit is probably just going to die. I'll try and do some, keep it mildly entertaining. I might take off a bunch of my gear here in a bit and try to make these fights last a little bit longer as we go along. But in any case, Molten Core was a 40-man raid back when the game launched. You can see all these monsters. There would have been 40 people running around in a raid here trying to take down all these monsters. When you have 40 people, obviously you're split up into a few little separate groups. You're going to have a bunch of tanks in there, a bunch of healers healing each tank, and then a bunch of DPS trying to take down different mobs at any given time. That's one way I can do it. I can just switch out of my form here, I guess. So 40 man, obviously doing it all one man. Some of the mechanics are a little bit different, but the fact that we can kill everything so quickly makes most of this gonna be pretty trivial to get through. But hopefully we'll show you some of the design choices that were made back in the day, and show you some of the cool boss stuff that they have going on. A lot of the early WoW raids, if I recall correctly, they hired a bunch of people who raided in EverQuest to design most of the early raids. So a lot of the early WoW people were from EQ, or played a bunch of EQ, and that's where a lot of these... Oh, hello. So I'm so close. Usually these guys would have aggro ranges that would pick me up pretty far away if I was actually level 60, but since I'm level 100, they kind of just ignore me all together. Feel free to just... thank you for Zombie Pie for being in the chat and running stuff. We'll try to give away some stuff as well, too. I don't really have a lot of merch on me right now, and I don't have a camera set up, but definitely if you guys are interested in donating to the cause, we'll try to keep track of everything, and anybody who gives, everybody who gives a 20 bucks or more, we'll put you in the running for a free year of Giant Bomb Premium. So we'll try to keep track of that. If you do give a donation, please make sure I know your name on the site, and we can try to track you down with some other stuff. Maybe we'll give away some posters as well. So I'm going to keep rambling. I'm probably just going to keep on talking about whatever pops up the top of my head. I got plenty of stuff to talk about. We got plenty of time to go. But again, if you have questions, feel free to just go ahead and pop me them in the chat. Make sure you send me at Rorie, and we will try to get to as many of those as I can. And we'll show you a bunch of other stuff too. If we have time, this might not take as long as I expected. Just because especially this first one is basically, I just keep on hitting, the spell is called Fairy Fire. It's supposed to be the first pull thing you do as a druid tank here. I'm a druid. I ran my druid because everything else has kind of timeouts. But you see, it's supposed to be a pull thing. It used to affect their armor. Now it just prevents stealth and invisibility, and it does a little bit of damage to get you that first bump of aggro that you need to lock their threat onto you. So in WoW has a pretty typical threat mechanic where the tank does less damage than all of the DPS who would normally be running around, the damage dealers and the healers. So you have to have higher threat to keep mobs stuck onto you. So usually the most important thing is to get the first little burst of damage in there, which is what Fairy Fire does for you. Not a huge amount of damage normally, but these guys are way lower level than I am. So it's really doing crazy amounts of damage, and also critting a lot for that kind of stuff. It is kind of crazy. I never played any EverQuest 2. I think I might have played it for a month or something like that, or I may have just seen it at a E3 or something like that at one point. I'm trying to remember if these are the groups of people that would all respawn over time. I think that's the core hounds that are coming up, but you can see they put in a bunch of larger groups of enemies to kind of make sure that people were on point. You have to split these up pretty well and take them down concertedly, or in concert, I should say. So this character here that I'm playing as is a druid tank. They're probably the simplest tanks to play, at least in my experience. There are more complicated tanks. I have a bunch. I have 5 level 100 tanks, and I can probably cycle through some of them in a little bit to show you different mechanics and everything like that. But the druid can warp through cheetah for damage, or whatever form you want to call this, cat form. You have a travel form to a little elk, but the bear is the tank mechanic that you want to go through. Pull down, damage to you, and then take a bunch of damage while you get healed through it. And ideally, the DPS characters that you're playing with will never be hit. Obviously, that's never quite the case. But you can see how easy these guys are to kill for me right now. They're just one big swipe, and they all kind of poof. What raid content have I done now? So I started raiding pretty late. I've played since 2004, but I never quite had the wherewithal to raid back in the olden days. And some of the stories that I've heard of raiding in vanilla WoW are pretty brutal. Like, you had to... So raid lockouts are a week long. You can start it on Tuesday, and then you can go for the entire week and keep on trying as many times as you want to. You can only try each boss once, or you can only beat each boss once. But if you manage to beat a boss, you can keep on going to the next one, and until that week is up, all the boss progress will stay saved, or locked, as they say. So you can, I think you have to kill all these guys at the same time, or else they will start to revive themselves. Here's the first boss over here. He's kind of optional, Lucifron. You can actually avoid him. So these guys are still taking damage, so I assume that means they're all going to pop up at some point. If I recall correctly, you had to make sure. Oh, okay, good. So yeah, I think if you kill one of these core hounds over here, and if you didn't kill all the other ones around them within 10 seconds or so, they would all start reviving, and it could pretty quickly wipe your raid if I recall correctly. I never did this back in the actual 40-man era. So here's Lucifron here. He's one of Ragnaros' little lieutenants. He is optional, one of the only optional bosses in the raid. You can try to avoid him if you want. Most fights, I think you want to get him anyway. You actually need to kill him, I believe, at least once back in the day, because he drops a tome that would let your hunters use an ability on Magmadar back here to calm him down when he frenzies. And if you didn't have that, you'd probably die pretty quickly. So Lucifron was never quite optional in the early days of Molten Core, but he is totally avoidable now, but it doesn't really matter because I can probably one-shot him. So anyways, I'm going to start clearing out some of these core hounds. I think if you pull Magmadar without killing all the core hounds, they might run up and get you. A lot of these raid bosses, if you don't clear all the trash in front of them, they will pull it automatically when you do pull them. So that it makes it kind of complicated too. So I'm just going to kill Lucifron. He's one of the first bosses here. They're doing a lot of damage to me. 6, 11, and then I heal myself for 8,000. I don't actually know the early mechanics of what Lucifron was supposed to be doing. But in any case, he's not going to be able to do much to me here. Okay, buddy, you're dead. Let's see what he drops. So, Gauntlets of Might. This is part of a set, it looks like, for a warrior. So in the early days, you had raid tiers of gear. And let me know how this actually looks, too, because I'm not actually streaming it. If the text is really hard to read, I can try to up my bitrate. I've set it to about 3,000 kbps or something like that, so hopefully you can at least see some of this stuff. But anyway, there were tiers of gear, so there are 8 items in this set. And as you got more items in the set, you would get more set bonuses. There's little things. Increases your dodge by 20 if you have 3 pieces equipped. Give you 200% chance to get an additional rage point whenever damage is dealt to you if you have 5. And if you have the entire set, increases the threat generated by Sunder Armor and Devastate by 15%. So this is a raid tanking set for plate warriors. I only have 1 piece now, and I'm not a warrior. I don't know if that's soulbound. Now, the bind's been picked up, so it's soulbound to me now. A lot of these gear would be bound to you picked up. So back in the day, you'd have a raid loot master who would assign loot to people in the raid based on participation, or they'd keep track of your points, your DKP. So you'd get more dragon kill points for every raid you went on. So the more participation you had, theoretically, the more important you were to your guild's raiding efforts, and you would be first in line for gear drops when they pull down. But there was always, oh, so these guys pop back up. I wonder why they did that. Edzina, okay. All of you die. So please keep sending me, maybe because I pulled one of these guys and they all pulled over, maybe these guys will pop back up. I'm not sure if it's per group or just per nearby aggro. I guess it is. Okay, so these guys are all responding now. Core Hound reunites from the heat of another Core Hound. So again, if you had to pull these groups, keep them very well separated from each other, kill them all pretty quickly. Usually you'd have AoE damage, which would help a lot with that. AoE is basically where, you know, warlocks are pretty good at it, mages are pretty good at it. You have spells that affect a whole range of enemies rather than just being one big damage to one person at a time. Anyways, I'm going to pull these guys. I do not have mini pets. I usually don't run with the mini pets, and WoW, I'm not a big fan of it. They are a little visually distracting. I have plenty of them. I'll show you my collection at some point. I've never really been a big collector of stuff in WoW, though. I have a friend who keeps on trying to get the mount achievements for like 300 mounts. I think I have 40 total mounts. So that tells you how much I care about mounts in World of Warcraft. There are total of, God, I think I believe there's a achievement for 300 mounts now or something like that. So I've never really been a big mount person. I've only ever done the basic stuff. I do like my big Blizzard Bear, and there are a bunch of mounts you can't use in certain places. So I've never really been a huge mount fan or pet fan. I have 99 total pets. I've not really done any kind of a lot of the pet battling kind of stuff. I don't even know. Abyssia sounds cool. From the Black Temple. But I've never really done much of the pet battling stuff, so I've never really been huge. Toy box, I've got 45 out of 250. So somebody's and Shift Andrew is asking, do you think Blizz will actually create vanilla servers for people to play? So one of the things that I am, one of the reasons I was doing this weekend was to talk about some of the vanilla server stuff that WoW has been. Let me get through Magmadar first, so we can talk about it on the way. There's my friend Quijibo. He has, so the achievement is 250 mounts, and I think there's even a bigger one than that, if I recall correctly. Anyway, Magmadar, one of the favored pets of Ragnaros. I actually forget a lot of his old fight mechanics. Let me see if I can look this up real quick and see if he has anything special about him that I need to worry about. My DNS keeps on getting weird. So yeah, he panics people is the big thing. He also needs to be turned away from the rest of your raid a lot of the time. But if he panics people and you've left any groups up, people would run into the other groups of Core Hounds. Let me see if I can just pull him real quick and maybe do a little bit of damage. God, I really don't have any way to do small amounts of damage. I can lacerate maybe. Nope. Immediately did a bunch of damage to him. Maybe I'll take off some of my gear here in a bit. Anyways, you saw the little rune on the ground. There are five or six of these in the raid, and you have to clear all the bosses who guard the runes. In the old days, you'd have to have a little flask of water to put them out, and the end boss won't show up until you extinguish all of these runes and then defeat his primary guard. Take a look at what we've got here. So I got another set piece for shamans. That looks like healer gear. I got a couple weapons here. It looks like Earthshaker. That's kind of eh. One of the reasons people do old raids is to find these old weapons and gear for the purpose of transmogrification. You can change the gear that you have, the really good gear at the end game, and make it look like old raid gear. It's a cool looking skeletal bone kind of bow here. I think I can use an Earthshaker, but druids mostly want to use staffs at this point, or two-handed weapons. So I'm going to keep talking. keep sending me questions. Anyways, yeah, so we're talking about the vanilla server that Blizzard shut down not too long ago. People have asked for vanilla servers for as long as I can remember playing WoW, at least since the subscription numbers started to kind of top off around Wrath of the Lich King is kind of the high point. I think there were a lot of people. There are 12 million subscribers, I think, is where it got up to, and even ever since then, it's been kind of just a lot of people asking for the experience of classic raiding on special servers where you had a level cap of 60. They wanted to get rid of a lot of the looking for group kind of stuff, a lot of the stuff that people felt hurt community. And I totally see where those people are coming from. But I don't think I would ever want to go back to a world where there is no LFR and LFG tools and things like that. It definitely has made server communities a little less coherent, where you have a bunch of crossplay. So all of a sudden now, you know, as the server populations have diminished, they've added a bunch of crossplay server stuff where you wind up in a phase or a server shard with a bunch of people from other servers. So you never really see the same people over and over again. Whereas back in the day, especially in Classic, you would be involved in Terran Mill, PvP, World PvP especially, you'd see the same people over and over again. But, so you only ever played with the people from your own server. And that definitely was, even you'd see the people on the other side of the Horde Alliance divide, you'd see them a bunch too. And you'd get to kind of, you couldn't talk to anybody on the Horde side of things, but you could still kind of know who they were, and if you saw them out and about, you try to take them down and have that kind of rivalry there too, which you really don't see anymore with the amount of cross-server play you have now. It's all, I barely ever use the friends feature. I have a friends list here, but I think only my friend Justin's on. I have a guild, I think. Let me see if I can find my... So I do have a guild. I mean, the Warriors Elite. I don't think I guess my friend Justin's in here, but I don't think I've talked to anybody else in here in forever. I don't think guild chat has had anybody talking to it in months, probably. Part of that's just to be end of expansion kind of stuff. Oh yeah, I can close my quest list. That's fine. Part of that's just end of expansion. Draenor has kind of not been the most popular expansion in the world, so people are kind of not playing a huge amount here at the end of it. But part of that's also just because you don't really meet people in groups anymore that nobody really stands out in terms of their skill. There's another boss over here, Gehennis. Let me clear out some of these guys real quick. So definitely community has become kind of a joke in WoW. I freely admit that. But in terms of the ability to get into groups, maybe I'll show you guys what looking for group does. Well, okay. Random dungeon finder. I have a satchel of cooperation. If I go ahead and find group here, I'm queued in the dungeon finder. As a tank, this should be pretty quick. And of course, as soon as I say that, it's not quick at all, is it? Anyways, but this is the tool we have for finding dungeons now. It's just popping in here, hitting a button, and then you go about your business for a little bit until your dungeon queue pops. And then you hit a button and you warp right to the beginning of the dungeon, and people start shouting, "Go, go, go" at you as a tank. That's basically what the only thing they ever say. Go, go, go. Go faster, go faster. Whereas back in the day, if you wanted to run into a dungeon, you would have to sit in trade chat for hours sometimes and keep on saying, "Hey, looking for Favman, Zulaman," or whatever. And you'd have to keep on doing that until you found 5 people who wanted to join your group, which could take a long time. And then at some point, when you all got in there, you'd all have to make your way to the dungeon, which could be halfway across the world, meet up outside, then run in and do the thing. And hopefully nobody would quit out of your dungeon or get a bad connection or something like that, because if they did, that would often just end your run and make your 3 hours of time putting that dungeon together just totally useless. Anyways, here's Gehennis. He's another one of Ragnaros' lieutenants, one of the bad ones, and he's also fighting with somebody else down here. It's all kind of I don't know what's the word, Machiavellian. all these guys are kind of vying for attention of Ragnaros. Ragnaros is sleeping right now. He's one of the fire elementals who wants to come back and conquer Azeroth, but he is resting up. This is his lair. It'd take a long time to get in here. And even when you got in here, one of the weird... So there's Ragnaros' lair over here. I'm going to get there later and take him out. One of the other big changes... I think I'll go back. I'm going to loop around on my thoughts here as I walk through. So the appeal of the vanilla servers is obviously pretty apparent. There's a lot of people who signed that petition, a lot of people who were playing on that pirate server that they shut down. I totally see where that's coming from, but then again, the kind of stuff that you went through in Classic to get into raids always sounded like such a pain to me personally. I'm not saying that other people didn't really enjoy it, but not only was it getting 40 people together on a regular schedule to try to keep on hitting these bosses and take them down, you'd also have to go out and farm material, because in order to play at a high level you had to have not only gear but also potions. You had to have especially a lot of fire protection potions for molten core and stuff like this, so you had to go out and find a lot of you know, raw materials for that kind of stuff. Your healers would need, you know, mana pots and everything, so you had to have a fair amount of extra time in on top of just the raids, which always sounded like I heard of the top end raids would have to, you know, go out and farm stuff for like 2 or 3 hours a day just to get into the raid, and on top of that there's a lot of pressure obviously on the higher end raids to try to do their worst. Okay, I'm gonna keep talking. Galm Actual says, how important is the social dynamic in MMOs anyways? Is it the reason why so many have failed? No community. That's going to be a pretty personal question based on anybody's... You know, some people really feel like guilds are really the important reason why they play. I know I have known people who would just sit in guild chat all day rather than actually do anything in the game and basically treat it like a chat room. I've never really been quite that way. I've always treated these games... The reason I like WoW so much... Pardon me, is because it's hard to remember at the time, but this was really the first MMO that let you solo. You could play 1-260 without grouping if you wanted to. If you've ever played like Final Fantasy XI, that's not the case. EverQuest and all those other early MMOs would really make you force you to group up in order to do anything, and I've always found it to be kind of tedious, especially when the grouping mechanisms were as weird as they were in early WoW. This is Gar, Stone Elemental, another rock fire dude. I don't recall the original mechanics, but it doesn't really matter because... Boop! Boop your snoot. Oh, I guess he would knock you around, which would not be good if you were in a place that you didn't need to be. So extinguish his rune. I'm going to go up and see what he drops. Let's see here. I got some more helms and leg plates. So bosses, when they die, they have a set group of equipment they can drop. They'll usually drop 2 or 3 items out of maybe 10 or 12 possibilities. So if you needed your warlock legs, you would have to come back in here and kill that same boss over and over again. Hope he dropped them out of the loot table that he has, and then hope that your WoW raid loot master guy would actually let you get them over every other warlock who needs them. Or you could usually auction for them or bid for them in the DKP system. You can imagine it's not exactly... It took a long time to get anywhere in the old days. Gradris says, I was in a high guild during vanilla. It was like working an extra 60 hours a week. I read up a lot. I didn't do a lot of raiding back in the day. I mostly wanted to kind of log on, play a little bit, advance the character a few levels, and then usually when I hit the max level, I would just go and start a new vault. I didn't really do a lot of high-end end game stuff. I played a bunch of dungeons because I usually like the tank, and tanking was really easy to get into a dungeon with. But I never really did a huge amount of raiding back in the day. But I've always heard the grind was immense and really uncomfortable and not super fun. But if you did like it, if you thought of it as, that might be bind on equip. I can get 40 gold for this. So some things are bind when equipped. They're like area drops. You can pick them up and you can actually trade them or sell them if you want to. this looks like it's one of those bind when equipped, so I can actually go to the auction house now if I want to sell it. I can get 40 gold, which is not much money, because now I think I have 45,000 on this character. Draenor has just been one huge gold extravaganza. For the most part, it's really easy to get a lot of gold, so it's not really something that is anything that I'm really worried about right now. This boss, obviously, Baron Geddon, he pops up a bunch in this game. He's in, I believe, Blackrock Depths in the dungeon. He's in this raid as a raid boss. He's also in Firelands, I want to say, one of the Cataclysm raids. He comes back, as does Ragnaros. A lot of enemies in this game do kind of recur fairly often, but Baron Geddon is somebody you see a fair amount in vanilla. So I just want to take him down. Obviously, he patrols a lot. I don't know if he pulls anything else when you pull him. I guess we'll find out. Hey, buddy. Are you going to pull anybody else? No, just you? Okay. I don't know what that did. Performs one last service for Ragnaros. I got some shoulders and some fiery core. So you see all the stuff that's dropping: the essence of fire, heart of fire, elemental fire, fiery core. This is a fire-themed dungeon. I don't know if you guys are picking up on that. There's a lot of fire stuff in here. So one of the other things that really would drive me crazy as a raider, would have driven me crazy as a raider back in the day, is that you had to have a bunch of fire resist gear in this dungeon to survive. None of the items have all been retrofitted to not have that anymore, but you had to basically equip gear that had fire resistance on them to reduce the amount of fire damage that you took, but you had to balance that out with other gear that didn't have fire resistance and actually had other stats on it that would either make you more resistant to damage overall, like if you're a tank you wanted to also have not a lot of physical damage, or you had other items that give you more intellect or spirit or agility or whatever to make you do more damage. So it was always this dividing line between it was always this weird alchemy between gear that you needed to protect yourself and gear that you needed to do a lot of damage. Because if you didn't do enough damage as a raid, you would most of the bosses would have enrage mechanics. So there's basically a DPS timer. If you don't kill them within 3 or 4 minutes, they will start to enrage and do like triple the damage. And basically that would be immediate wipe on your raid if you didn't kill them if you weren't right at that edge. So there's a lot of alchemy going on in terms of what every character needed. In terms of fire resist gear. So you had to go off to other places and farm the fire resistance gear, do a bunch of weird stuff like fire resistance potions and things like that, which they eventually just said this is really stupid, and they got rid of all that. So this is Shazra, one of the other, I think there are 4 lieutenants of Ragnaros who were kind of pacing around this area. They're not monsters, they're pretty intelligent snake dude people. They're not Nagas. I'm not sure what their race is called. They're just fire dudes, but they all kind of do fire. I think he actually did a bunch of arcane damage. He was more of a spellcaster back in the day. So I extinguished his rune here. I'm well on my way. So that was boss number 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 2 more I have to kill before it. Major Domo Executus, and then there's going to be Ragnaros at the end. So I'm going to keep on going. Keep on sending me questions if you can. I'm in giantbomb.com/chat. I believe I have the link in the bottom corner of the screen here, hopefully. It's a bit.ly link. I couldn't figure out how to make it actually clickable, but if you feel like giving some money to Pencils of Promise, we'll send some poor kids to school, as lame as that sounds. I'm going to start skipping some of these trash mobs and see if they actually follow up. Sometimes if you skip them, they will come up on you as you pull a boss. There'll be a whole huge chain of enemies that just kind of start coming your way. None of them can kill me at this point. I'm basically as like Superman in this raid. So here's another rune up here. I think, did I already extinguish this one? This might have been for Baron Geddon. This might have been his rune. You can see Golemag, the incinerator down here. He's pretty fierce. I believe he has some knockback effects. And everything like that, but at any rate, there's another dude down here I need to get to, Sulfuron Harbinger, and then I'm going to loop back around to Golemag, and then I'll go to get Major Domo Executus. Maybe I can use annotations. Somebody's saying I should do annotations to make it clickable. I might fool around with that a bit in between dungeons here if I have to travel a little bit. I've never played the Secret World. I've heard a lot about it. I've never played it. There are a bunch of MMOs that came and went that never got my attention. Other MMOs I played a bunch of Guild Wars back in the day. Guild Wars 2 is more of a real MMO than Guild Wars 1. What else have I played? I've tried a lot of MMOs. I played FF11, FF14. Most of them I kind of played a month and kind of moved back to WoW just because I found WoW so familiar. I played a few months of Old Republic, and there's probably a few more here and there that I've kind of come and gone from pretty quickly. So Sulfuron Harbinger, I believe you have to take his priest down first. I forget exactly how this fight goes. I read up on a bunch of these mechanics, but then, of course, not having to put any of the tactics into play kind of makes it a little bit difficult to keep them in mind when you have. God, there are probably a few hundred raid bosses in this game. I know. Okay. See if I can. I'm gonna see if I can take these guys down. Oh man, they're using the that staff model is an old epic priest staff model from vanilla. Oh god, I forget the name of it, but this is definitely a model that you can actually have yourself as a character. What did I get? Epaulets. And you can shift click to try any of these out that you want to. You can see it on your character model. Some of them, like rings, are not going to actually show up, obviously. But if you ever see an item that you want to see what they look like, you can always try them out just by control clicking, I should say. Boop, boop. A lot of spalders. I'm being told that this is the Benediction. I forget what the full name is, but there was definitely, I believe, a world epic that you could have drop. And I think it was one of those bind on pickup or bind on equip, so you could actually go ahead and take it around and show it off to everybody. I'm gonna drop down on Golemag, I think, and take him out. Easiest way to go. So when I make model, what I mean is that the actual 3D model was used in multiple places. That was pretty common occurrence for swords and equipment and stuff like that. Even now, you see stuff reused. The only thing that really is unique are usually the really epic swords and equipment and stuff you get from really high-end raid bosses. Those would be pretty unique to make sure people knew that you killed Illidan or whoever. Anyways, let's drop down on this dude and kill him because I have to go backwards anyways. Hey, buddy. How you doing? I am Golemag. My Black Brew Maiden is one of my smite your foes with your MP tankers. I don't think it actually does anything. It's just a fun little graphical effect. You can probably see her. I think she's inside of the dude over here. Golemag, I'm not. He's a big stone kind of earth elemental dude who is also made of fire. Go figure, made of fire. I don't think he has anything. I believe he had phases back in the day. I am not going to be around to actually have any phases of his do anything to me because he is going to die fairly quickly. I really wish there was a way for me to figure out see what I can do. Moonfire. So yeah, if I do Moonfire on him, maybe I can start trying to take some of these guys down more gently and see if I can knock them into phases. A lot of their phases would, phases, by the time they go down to 75% health or half health, they would, AI would shift to a different pattern of attack, and they'd also sometimes get different attacks as well. And sometimes they'd summon in, more... Sometimes they would summon in more people to help them out. Sometimes they would enrage and do more damage beyond when they're below 30% or something like that. I'm not actually sure if Golemag has any phases, but well, we can see if I just kill him slowly. Sometimes they'll yell at you and tell you, hey, you've activated my ultimate power, kind of stuff. Maybe I'll try this from now on. See if I can knock anybody into phases. Golemag had 2 dog ads that came back to life after you killed them and left a huge dot on the tank. If they were near Golemag, you'd have a huge damage buff, so you had to pull them away. When Golemag reaches 20%, he turns red and does much more damage. I think I see that. Oh, he pyroblasted me. So a lot of these, you know, mechanics are very difficult to explain solo because you would have the raid would be splitting up into multiple groups. You'd have off tanks who would be pulling people back, pulling other parts of the boss encounter off to the side to try to get them away from the boss or try to position people, you know, in certain positions where they wouldn't get hurt by the boss, and etc. etc. So it's a little bit difficult to see all that. Oh, another bind when equipped. The paladins, I've gotten a couple paladin bind on equip gear so far, so that's not too bad. So I'll talk about my add-on situation here a little bit. I have a bunch of add-ons. I believe the add-on for information is Mob Info 2. It'll keep track of every time you kill a mob, and it'll keep track of their gear, health, value, and all this other stuff. It's kind of an interesting little infomatic thing. I've used it for a long time. It's kind of broken and been unbroken a bunch of times over the course of WoW's lifespan, shall we say. But I've used that for a long time, just for curiosity for the most part. But I've also wiped my data at one point, so I don't have data on all this stuff. But it is pretty handy. Crit line just keeps track of all the critical heals and damage that you've done, your biggest hits ever, etc., etc. This is a quick marker add-on up here. So you have these markers. As a tank, you're usually going to be the one responsible for marking. Like in a group, you'd have this. The skull is usually first kill. X is second kill. Sheep is usually moon, at least in terms of how I played it. So mages could hit enemies with a sheep and take them out of the fight for a bit until they take damage. And then there's a bunch of other things that you could play around. Like if you needed something else being CC'd, like ice traps or something like that, you could all agree on what icon meant what, and you would have them spread around. And that was usually a pretty big help back in the day when you had to crowd control things and make them either stun them or take them out of the fight for a bit as you ticked out. Excuse me, burping. As you took down the more dangerous stuff in the group. So when you CC something, usually you would turn it to a sheep. It would be wandering around for like 15 seconds, completely out of the fight. It wouldn't be able to do anything, but then you'd have to worry about it when it pops back up because it would build resistance to sheeping over time. This is Major Domo Executus. He is the right-hand man of Ragnaros here. He's kind of guarding him, guarding the whole pit, trying to keep all the little bosses in line. He does not appear actually up here until you extinguish all of those other runes that were on the ground. He is totally invisible, so area is empty. He only shows up once you are in a position to strike at Ragnaros. He's actually going to make that happen for you. He's got 8 dudes around him. We got elites, which are big damage dealers, and healers, which will keep everybody else up. And there's a variety of ways you can go through this fight. I've heard of taking out all the healers first, taking out elite first, then the healers, trying to going one-on-one, everything like that. But obviously the healers are going to keep everybody else alive, and the elites are going to kill your raid. And then Major Domo is just going to kind of stand there and hurt everybody. Since I can do it, I'm just going to try to take these guys down one-on-one without killing Executus, because I believe he ends the fight when all of his dudes are dead. Elite healer. Oops. And you will eventually get teleported to the middle of this little fire pit here. Which doesn't really do much to me now, but I'm assuming that wasn't a bad thing back in the day. So I've killed everybody except for Executus, and now he is going to... Impossible. You think you've won already? Perhaps you'll need another lesson in pain. And then, of course, he gives up. He is one of the few bosses you don't actually kill here. You just kind of whip him into submission by killing all of his groupies here, and then he drops a very, very nicely, he just drops a chest of treasure for you. Go and pop that open and see what I got. Fireproof cloak. I'm assuming back in the day that was a big deal because cloaks can be worn by any class, and oh, this does have fire resistance on it. Okay, that's pretty rare to see. I've run through this a few times lately to get ready for the stream, but I haven't seen a lot of fire resistance on gear. They have taken it off of almost everything. All right. So, Major Domo Executus has submitted to your will and is going to go off and wake Ragnaros up for you to fight him like a friendly dude who's going to go wake up Ragnaros. Ragnaros is trapped in the fire elemental plane at this point. At least he's resting there. I don't think I'm going. I think I have to go all the way back around. That's poopy. That's why I brought a druid, because they do have cat form, which will increase my movement speed by 30%, so I can pop off and go a little quicker while I'm inside the dungeon. I can't mount inside of dungeons or raids, and I can't use my travel form either. But at least cats can go a little quicker. Boop, boop, ba-doop. So only one more boss here, and then we'll pop up to Blackwing Descent, or Blackwing Lair, I should say. I might pop my friend Justin in there. I think he's listening. I think he's online. He's in the Molten Core. I think he's probably doing it on his own. But the first boss in Blackwing Lair can be a little tricky. We'll talk about it when we get there. It's still a little bit tricky to solo for a lot of classes. It's easy on some of them for my tanks. My monk can do it like no problem at all. But then some of these, I think I can do it pretty easily on my druid just by trying to heal myself to get some aggro. But I'll show off some of the mechanics, and we'll show you why it's a little tricky for classes to solo even now. There are a few raid encounters even in the old world that are still somewhat tricky to do as a single player, because obviously when you had 40 people around, there were plenty of people to do oddball stuff. But Razorgore is still one of those. They did a pass back in a few expansions ago to make all of them theoretically soloable. Like the chess event is still pretty tough to do, but some of them are still it requires a little bit of care for them to get past as a single player. Not in terms of damage being dealt to you for the most part, it's more mechanical stuff. Some bosses will do, not damage to you, but will do percent damages to you, like from your total health pool, which are still dangerous, or they'll do like one-shot kills in certain situations and things like that. So you do have to be a little bit more careful on those fights, which are it's always surprising when you're trying to solo an old raid and all of a sudden you're dead. You feel not super... Yeah, I probably will turn on music. I forgot about that. Let me know if that drowns me out or anything like that. But some of these places do have pretty good music. Give you guys something to listen to when I'm sipping on my michelada. Oh, pet chaining. Always what clothing is talking about. So pet chaining was a really fun aspect of being a warlock or a hunter back in the day. Those are both pet classes, so you'd have a little pet following you around, not like a vanity pet. But oh man, I don't think I have my druid attack bar set up. I don't think I have. I think this is actually the wrong bar for this class. I only ever play tanks. I don't dual spec or triple spec or anything like that. I only ever play tanks. I don't even bother with off spec stuff in most cases. So I don't even have. I don't even know what all these buttons do for a lot of these guys. Anyways, this is Ragnaros. Going back to pet chaining. If you jumped off of a cliff with a pet in tow, the pet would try to follow the exact path that it usually had to not. It would not jump with you. It would try to follow whatever the shortest actual path was. So that would lead them often to running through a bunch of monsters, and you would, if you took a shortcut without dismissing your pet, you would suddenly find yourself with a huge amount of enemies just coming at you. It usually cause a wipe. So hunters and warlocks had to be really, really careful in terms of taking any kind of shortcut at all. Okay, let me get this Ragnaros real quick. He's going to be a pretty quick kill. I might actually let him sit until the second phase. Or I might not, because it might be just kind of boring sitting around. The Fire Lord and his brethren once held sway over this entire world, mortal. As a servant of the old gods, he fought against the Titans for domination of this planet. The victorious Titans banished my master and his brethren to the elemental plane, there to remain imprisoned until the end of time. Tell me more. So he got summoned by Thurisan. There's a big ruins outside of the Blackrock Mountain. And he's sleeping under this mountain ever since. What else do you have to say, buddy? Do his bidding and enforce his iron rule. He's a shadow of his true self. He has more than enough strength to beat you. And you challenge us and we have come. Where is this master you speak of? So Major Domo is a guy who, like, you break into Ragnaros' house and you say, I'm going to fuck up your boss. And Major Domo's like, yeah, well, I'm going to summon him so he can kill you. Like, if he didn't want to do this, you would never be able to fight Ragnaros. He just would never appear. So I don't really get Major Domo's goal here. Hey, boss, I got beaten by all these bad guys, and they are here now. And why don't you fight them too? And Ragnaros is mad because he got awakened too soon. It's really tough to read this text down here, probably. I'm not sure if this is voiced or not. I don't think it is, but I could be wrong because I can't hear the game at all.
These mortal infidels, my lord. They have invaded your sanctum.
They have invaded your sanctum and seek to steal your secrets. So poor Major Domo, faithful servant of Ragnaros, is going to be treated poorly for his oh, boop, bye-bye, you're dead. And here, Ragnaros will turn on you, and so this whole area had to be, you had to be pretty careful in terms of where you positioned your entire raid. Obviously, the melee people had to be pretty close to him, and all the healers and all the ranged DPS could go back here or over here. There's a bunch of fire pops that pop up. Also, in about 3 minutes, I believe he can also knock you back. I'll see if I can wait long enough for him to actually pop me, if he can. I'm not exactly sure. I've only ever hit one button here. There we go. So he can do that and hurt you a fair amount. There's hurting damage, and you can also land up in the lava, which is not a very pleasant place to be. That little pop there that he exploded me for would hurt everybody around me too, so you have to be pretty careful about when you get the debuff and run away, if I recall correctly. In any case, that's kind of what he does. He makes you have to be pretty mobile to get around him. That is going to suck. That might hurt. Oh, that was close. Alright, I'm going to heal myself again. I think I'm going to take one. He also had a 3-minute timer where he would eventually drop down beneath the waves here and summon a bunch of smaller dudes with that. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Brew Maiden. Micro to Cthulhu's place. Yeah, I will do the stuff in Silithus today as well. We'll try to get through all that. So I did not get the one thing that's still kind of relevant here is a little. Oh, I got a fly right in front of my face. The one thing that's still kind of relevant here is a little piece of crafting gear that you can use to make the Thunder Fury, I believe. It's a little legendary drop. It's about a 3% drop. I've never actually seen it drop for me, but I still know there are people who run this every week trying to get that little thing to pop out. So they can make their Thunder Fury. I believe Thunder Fury is still a unique model. I'm pretty sure I want to say. But yeah, people still run this for that little thing that he has. So that's Ragnaros. He did not last very long. You see all the runes up there on the wall that you broke before to unlock him. But he has been unlocked and has been locked back up for the week. He'll come back next Tuesday. Tip your waitresses. So I'm going to pop upstairs right now and do Blackwing Lair, which is one of the raids that was added a bit later in Classic. This is Ragnaros. The other dude who wants to fight for the control of Blackrock Mountain is a dude named Nefarian. You can tell he's a bad guy just from the name. He is the son of Deathwing, who plays a pretty major role in the Cataclysm expansion, as does Nefarian. Nobody ever really dies in WoW. It's one of those fantasy worlds where you kill people over and over again. The Ragnaros comes back too in Cataclysm as well, so it's just kind of this never-ending family drama of stuff. So this was the first 40-man raid to come out in WoW. It took a long time for people to really get through it all. The other one, I think the other early one was Ahn'Qiraj, I want to say, or maybe that was the last one. That took people, I think it was like 6 months before anybody got through all of the bosses in it. So there are certainly plenty. Nowadays, you get through a raid wing in a few, I don't know, a week. If you're playing on mythic, hardcore, uber difficulties. There were not difficulty settings back in the old raids, so it was like 40 man or nothing. You could walk in, I think, with 2 people if you're in a raid, but you would not last very long. Okay. So yes, if you're just joining us, I'm going through some of the old vanilla raids. We were talking earlier about how the vanilla server that Blizzard shut down, and how some of the reactions to that have been, and how people are apparently desperate to play all these old raids again, which is fine. It's totally a valid opinion to have. I personally don't think it would be up my alley. And my main concern, like I said on UPF, is that I would not really want to have... let me turn off the Blizzard art bar, because that has always kind of driven me crazy. So what people are asking for is to get back into these old raids, play them as 40-man, take away a lot of the social... pardon my French, pardon my burps, rather. Take away a lot of the, oh, hey, I'm gonna sell some shit, because I can't use any of this crap. I think that dude's gonna go away for a second, yeah. So a lot of people want to play these old raids without any of the social stuff. They want to get together with guilds and do all soulbound. I can keep some of the stuff for transmog. I don't really think I want a lot of it, though. A lot of these old models are not the prettiest in the world. Can't use a lot. Can use these. Oh, those are kind of ugly. I'm sure the whole set would be really nice. I think I remember the Cenarian set, but it's also kind of crap on their own. Oh man, those look. Two pieces of the set. But I've never really been a big transmog person. I like to keep the weapons around just because some of them do look really neat, but a lot of people pretty ugly. I got some stuff I can sell if I want to. Shin Blade of the Monkey, that's 121 gold, theoretically. Oh my god, 640 gold for level 59. Sometimes when you see things worth a lot of money. So this is Auctioneer. It keeps track of value over time. That little market price thing will show you kind of how much you can get if you took stuff to the auction house and sold it off. Sometimes you see stuff that looks really, really expensive for what it is. A lot of the time that's because it was... the battlegrounds would have a certain level range that you could get into, and a lot of times you wanted to have something like 19, 29, 39 would be the last level you could get to before you got bumped up to the next range of equipment. So sometimes some of these things are worth a lot more money than they should be theoretically, just because of they're the best in-slot gear of what you can afford at that time. So sell some more stuff here just to make a little room. And we'll head up to Blackwing Lair. Let me check my friend, see to do BWL. I don't think my friend Justin has ever done BWL, just because... Let's see, is that him? Yeah, that is him. Okay. Let me invite him real quick. I think he was listening in too earlier. So we'll get up there real quick and we'll talk about the first boss, because he is not super duper easy to solo. Let me find the path you have to take. Where are you, buddy? Where are you, buddy? There should be a window up here somewhere. Here we go. So I'm gonna invite a friend. Hopefully, I'm gonna tell him to sit back and come on, drop. There we go. All right. Hey, wow, we already passed the fundraising goal. Holy shit! Oh my goodness, you guys are crazy. Okay, we somehow raised like $450 in like an hour. Thank you so much, guys. That's awesome. I wish I had done this when we were actually doing the community endurance run. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I'll definitely get some of you guys. I'll try to keep a track of all these donations and give you guys some free months of. Give a few of you. We'll run a raffle. We'll run some stuff. Run some prize stuff. Let me tell him to. Let me get into party chat real quick. First, just to show them what happens. So here is Razorgore. Let me keep on making sure I'm hitting these questions too. So OtterKS says, did you get a mount at 25 and a better one at level 40? It was actually level 40 and level 60, and at level 60 you had the option to buy an epic mount, which was a double boost speed. But you had to spend about 1,000 gold, and that was a lot of money back in the day. It's nothing now. So here we go. This is Razorgore, the first boss of Blackwing Lair. Kind of a complicated. Let me just make sure he knows. For the first run. All right. I'm telling my friend just to hang back, not do anything. I'm going to show you guys what normally happens if you are try to do this solo. So as you can see, there is a mind control dude over here, Grethok the Controller, and over here there is Razorgore the Untamed. Razorgore is kind of one of the protectors of all these eggs around here, all these dragon eggs. Nefarian, the boss of this raid, has been trying to not only steal eggs from other dragonflight colors. There's red, blue, green, and something else I want to say, black. And he's been trying to combine them all into a chromatic dragonflight. He's been not super well successful so far, but these dragon eggs are really valuable, and they're part of what he wants to do for his scientific experiments. You'll see Nefarian in a bit. He is a bad dude. Bronze too. And so this dude over here, Razorgore, is going to be turned against you. You can't do anything to these eggs as yourself. You can't even attack them. They're not selectable. You have to mind control Razorgore and make him blow up his own eggs. The problem with doing that is that there's going to be a bunch of dudes popping out of these little doors down here who want to kill both Razorgore while you mind control him, and also you. So you have to have somebody up here mind controlling him, and you have to protect him from all of the dudes that are popping out trying to kill him, and you have to protect yourself too. So it's a little bit tricky mechanically. The only real way to do it is to get aggro from Razorgore. All the enemies that come to fight Razorgore, you have to have aggro pulled from them to you. None of them can really do anything to you. I'm so far high level, they're not even going to be able to scratch me. It's just a matter of keeping Razorgore alive until he can actually do all of the little, kill all the little eggs as you mind control. It's a little bit tricky, and I'm going to show you what happens if you don't manage to keep him alive. So here's the first run. I think we're just going to try and fail for. You see him running over this way. He's going to come. Oh man, you guys are. I'm broken free. Oh no, I've mind control you, Razorgore. You are. Where the? Oh heck, I don't have it. These. Goddamn. So I'm destroying. I don't think I have my bars set up properly for when I have something enslaved. So I'm going to run around real quick as a. Dude, I'm destroying some eggs. Man, this is so bad. You'll pay for forcing me to do this. Oh, you sure? I don't think I'm gonna pay for anything, buddy. So the first part of this phase is just try to get as many of these eggs down as possible. Keep on going, buddy. Keep on destroying them. And eventually, as you kill more and more of these dudes, you'll see these guys start to pop out. And they are going to be attacking me up on the, you see there, I'm up here on the little thing up here. They are coming up to attack the mind controller. This dude's attacking my friend Justin for some reason. I hope don't cast anything, Justin. Let him. He might be getting aggro somehow. I'm not sure. We might actually even die here. It looks like he's actually taking some of the aggro away from from Razorgore. They should be attacking me, but they're actually attacking him instead. Yeah, so he is killing them, and we might actually be fine here. It looks like he's actually getting some of the weird daggers. So now the mind control has dropped. Razorgore is... Yeah, alright, well, let's just go ahead and kill Razorgore. So if you get enough of these bad guys around, they will still be attacking Razorgore. They're attacking you as well, and as you can see, they keep on coming. They don't really go away. I'm stunned. Oh no. But if enough of the bad guys here actually spawn to kill Razorgore, they'll still be attacking him now. They're still going at him. But if they manage to spawn enough people to where it gets overwhelmed and you can't keep Razorgore protected, he will eventually die, and I'm going to show you what happens when that happens. If he dies before all of the... I keep on getting stuck. If he dies before all of the eggs do, you get blown up. Everybody dies. It's an entire wipe. You can't do anything about it. You can't protect yourself with a shield or anything like that. You are basically just toasted immediately. So the race here is to kill all the eggs before Razorgore dies, and of course before you die too, because all of those people coming in will be attacking you as well. So, dead. That's my first wipe. That's my first wipe. But since we're so far above everything now, we can go ahead and take him out pretty easily. If it respawns... what happened? Where'd everybody go? I might have to go back out and reset it, maybe. I'm not seeing anything. There should be it should have popped back to the way... Ah, there we go. Okay. Just waiting for a second to phase back in. That was a little scary for a second there. Alright. So now that I've shown you the basic mechanics, I'm going to let Justin take on... Feel free to take down the ads. Just don't hit Razorgore. So if you hit Razorgore too when he's unmind controlled, you can kill him, and that will cause a wipe, even if you're mooning it, even if you're you know, best intentions, etc. Here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take him over. I'm gonna start with these ones at the back of the room, and hopefully once we get, you have to kill every dragon egg in the room in order to move on. And of course, again, you have to keep Razorgore up and running. I'm not sure if you can actually heal Razorgore when he's mind controlled. I've never actually had a healer in this room with me while I was doing this. Maybe you can. There's at least one fight in this game where you have to heal the boss target above a certain level in order to win the raid. So healing mechanics can come into play in odd ways. I have 90 seconds of mind control here, and it really doesn't matter how long it takes. It'll automatically. I can just drop it and come right back as soon as I drop out of the. As soon as I lose mind control here, I don't actually have the timer here. I don't think I set up this bar very well. It's up here. About 20 more seconds left. So Justin is going to be start blasting these guys, hopefully without hitting Razorgore for anything. And he is a level 100 mage. He can do way more damage than even I can as my druid. I'm going to have to drop out here for a second and get him back up here. Get him out of the way so he doesn't... Justin doesn't accidentally hit him. Dismiss and re-get. There we are. He is doing a lot of single target stuff to not kill Razorgore. Razorgore is still almost at full health. It practically is at full health. So this is basically the mechanic of doing this as a solo or two-player. I've done this solo a few times. It's way easier with my monk tank, because my monk tank has a banner, a totem thing you can put down that pulls aggro automatically across most of the room. So all you have to do is kind of run enemies towards that banner and have them take aggro off of Razorgore, and as they do that, they will leave him alone. I think I ran too fast on that one. Hopefully Justin knows that I can be stunned here and lose possession pretty quickly. so hopefully he doesn't do any kind of crazy AoE stuff. Interrupted there. One more, and I think we'll do it one more time, and then hopefully we'll be on our way. I keep on getting interrupted. Shit, what'd I do? Oh, I converted it to raid. Whoops, I'm on the wrong interface there. Alright, so a few more eggs to go, and then we should be out of here. And moving on. Help me out there, buddy? Okay, good. Okay, 2 left. Should be almost done, as long as I don't lose possession here and get hit by one of Justin's AoEs. But I think I should be just about done here. Let's see. Oh, and here we go. Okay, so now all of the eggs are done. Razorgore is up, and you can kill him. I'm just gonna bye-bye. 800,000. Okay, that was a pretty good hit. Arcane infused gem, a trinket, mail, leather. None of the stuff I actually want. I'm gonna let Justin disenchant it. There you go for it. He's a disenchanter, so you can just go ahead and select disenchant if you want to. I don't really need any of this crap. We'll see. I'll probably keep weapons up if we do that. But apart from that, we'll just give him the dusts, and he can use that for whatever he likes to. Keep on. Feel free to send me questions in the chat. Attack. Going to be talking.
Your ally here attempted to match his power against mine.
I'm letting Justin know not to attack before me. I do because he's going to kill stuff, everything in one hit for the most part. So this is Vaelastrasz. He's part of the Red Dragonflight. He has been possessed by Nefarian, who is an evil dragon himself. But he is supposed to come in here, so he's trying to kill Nefarian or to disrupt his plans or whatever. He has instead been mind controlled. So you're going to have to kill one of your allies here. Unfortunately, it's a shame. So the trick here is that he will cast a spell on everybody in your raid before he fully succumbs to the dark side. I cannot. Surely something can be done to heal you. No, I perform one final service. I pray it is sufficient. No. So he'll cast this thing on you over here. Let's see if I can. See if I can show it to you real quick. Before he dies, he will cast a buff to you. Your entire raid. He's gonna talk a little bit. Flee before I lose all sense of control. Boop boop ba doop. He talks much before he ultimately gets murdered. The black fire rages within my heart. I must release it.
Flame, death, destruction. Call our mortals before the wrath of Lair. No.
Buffing myself up.
Fight this.
So he casts this thing called Essence of the Red. You are getting 500 mana a second, energy a second, focus a second, a lot of rage. It basically makes all of your characters super powered. It only lasts for about 3 minutes though, so you have to kill him before the 3 minutes are down, or up, shall we say. Oh, he's shit. He also puts another debuff on people too. He's got burning adrenaline, so he's about 12 seconds. I think Justin over here is about that. No. I don't think it actually is going to kill him. Or maybe it will. I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, it did. Okay. So Justin's dead. Sorry about that, buddy. That is a debuff that gets spread around throughout the entire raid, and so everybody has like 45, like a 12-second death march on them. I have it now too, so I might be dead at the end of this. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think I'm about to die. Go ahead and see what I dropped here. Trinket? No, I'm okay with that. So you only have 3 minutes to kill him. It's a really rough timer on everything, and I'm dead too. Okay. Good stuff. So again, sorry, I was a little distracted there by dying. You would only have 3 minutes for your entire raid to kill him, that 900,000 damage or whatever, and after that, it's just a wipe. Everybody dies. He would start just breathing fire on everybody. So it's a hard timer. And also, he would mark people with that secondary debuff that would kill them within like 15 seconds. So you'd, and it was also blow up too when they die and hurt a lot of people around them. So you had to move away from everybody else and basically kind of, you're just kind of dead at that point. Fun fight. From what I've read, people seem to really enjoy it, but also a tough one, is you have to have a huge amount of DPS. You do a lot more damage than you normally would because he would give you so much more damage that you could deal, but also fairly tough. So you've killed your old friend. Nefarian had warped out of here, so he's already back up to the top part of this, and we'll move on. How about that? So my only Ajman1101 says my only interaction with the WoW story has been through Hearthstone. Hearthstone has been pretty faithful to the story of WoW and Warcraft before it. Let me see who's in here. Halls of Strife. I don't think there's any bosses in here. We can just go and wipe these dudes. Wipe them down. Yeah, we'll just pull all these people in here. And kill them all. Do not care about these guys at all. I don't care about any of this stuff. Brute Hammer of the Bear. Neat, but don't care. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Keep on moving on. We're gonna go up to the next boss up here. But yeah, Hearthstone's pretty faithful. I haven't actually played Hearthstone myself in a couple years. Not really since it came out. I did the quick look for it, and apart from that, I think I did the quick look for it. Alright, so this is a little complicated here. All of these little things over here are filled with dragons, and they're also full of this little suppression devices, which will slow you down. So you have to move your raid. A1, you have to pull people and get them off of the thing, make them come attack you. But then back in the day, you also had to keep these suppression devices down as well. To lower these, and after that, they would take a few moments, and they would actually. Oh, is he just running through? Okay, so they slow you down a bunch. You'd have to move forward. You have to keep on hitting these little suppression devices. I think you had to hide for the most part. You had to have either rogues or somebody kind of sneak up and hit these devices. I believe they actually needed a rogue-specific skill to get past. So it's a pretty slow-moving little thing here. And obviously these guys are going to respawn really quickly too. So they would be... You have to keep on moving your raid forward, and you would not regenerate mana or health back in the day inside of combat. So the goal of this encounter was to keep you in combat for a really long time, so that you would have to keep on the move and also fight your resources, but also make sure that you could keep on moving as best you can. It's pretty tough to do by yourself because there's just not any real way to shut down these suppression devices by yourself without having somebody in front of you doing it, so you can move forward and forward and forward. And eventually, once you got to the end of this room here, you would try to pause and get your mana and energy back and everything like that before everybody responded at you, so you can move on to the next part of the fight. A lot of people asking about the film. I don't think the trailers for the film have looked very good at all. Unfortunately, I haven't really enjoyed them. I get marketing is very different than what a film is actually going to eventually look like. Everybody who's talked to me on the site, somebody apparently worked on it, among other members, and a lot of people who've already seen it seem to be pretty favorable on it. And I really like Duncan Jones. I mean, everything he's done has been pretty good, so I'm not too worried about the ultimate quality. I think it's going to be a big bomb. I really get the sense that it's not going to be pulling people in, which I feel bad for him about. I don't really know. I don't even know which studio is making it, but it's one of those things where I really want it to be good. I really want it to be entertaining, but at this point, with the trailers that I've seen, I don't think I'm going to probably see it in the theater unless the reviews are pretty good. But maybe we'll know more in a few weeks. So Broodlord Lair is the boss here, and again, this isn't really so much of a difficult boss fight as it is just to get to him. Actually, I think I can do some. Yeah, it doesn't even really doing the speed up stuff doesn't really do much for you. I bet you can blink past all this stuff and everything like that, but not really too much stuff you can do here to increase your speed. So the last area is not really so much of a complicated mechanical boss fight as it is just you have been worn out by all this stuff by the time you get to him. So I'm gonna go and fucking boop, 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 and he's dead. Boots, Sabatons, and Pauldrons. That all sounds really boring. I don't know if Justin actually cares about any of these Nexus crystals. I don't even know if these things are worth anything anymore. I haven't actually scanned them at an auction for a long time, so I'm guessing kind of not. What was the frame rate for the stuff back in the day? I always remember. I mean, Blizzard's always pretty good about making their games. I think there's a bot here as well. Yeah, I think it's Death Talon Overseer. No, it's this dude down here. No, is it Overseer? I'm not even sure. I just kind of remember running through here and killing everybody. So these are Blackwing technicians. They are trying to do scientific research and stuff for Nefarian. They also are the only ones who drop a certain thing. I think it's the Elementium ingot that you need to craft. Ooh, I forget what. I'm sure if somebody in the chat will tell me. The Elementium ingots are the only things that they're a required bit of gear to craft. Another pretty big thing. Oh, this is the fire maw. There he is. Coming down the mountain. When she comes, I'm gonna kill these guys first. Fire maw, pretty standard, kind of dragon boss. I don't remember his specific mechanics because I basically just run up and how you doing, buddy? No weapons yet. So the weapons are usually pretty fairly rare drops in this kind of stuff. They usually only do weapons on a few bosses. As far as I can tell, maybe that's just my bad luck. But when you do see a weapon, you kind of want to keep it because that is the easiest thing to transmog in the game and make it look like something else. Dragon scales too. So frame rate, I don't remember ever having too many problems with frame rate. You definitely weren't able to. I wasn't able to keep everything on max. Maximum output when the game came out. But at this point, I can actually run. This is one of the few games that I can run in 4K and not have any problems with it on this monitor. So it's not super hard to get it running. But back in the day, I mean, it was more the places that really dragged you down would be in really big boss fights like these, or really big raid scenes like these, or just going to Iron Forge when there was a million people out and about. They did a pretty good job of keeping their budgets down for stuff. In terms of frame rate budgets, and try to keep people separated, but no matter what happened, there would be a million people in front of Iron Forge. The Iron Forge bank, and just that would always be dragging quite a bit. So, but apart from that, once you got into a dungeon, it wasn't anything too bad. Draconic Avenger, that sounds cool. That's a neat, big one. You can actually use that. It's bind on pickup, so go and need it. That looks neat. I don't even know who the boss was in there. Oh, Ahn'Qiraj. So the thing believes there are two bosses kind of on top of each other here, and you had to be kind of careful when you made these pulls. Greed all this stuff. That's fine. The ingots are for Sulfurous. Yes, that is Sulfurous. Another big, powerful weapon thing. There's some dragons all over the place around here. Good lord. Dragon. So we're almost actually at Nefarian. This is a pretty quick raid, especially when you have a mage along with you. Dragon statue. Oh, a wand. Ooh, something for Justin there. That's an ugly looking wand. I believe Cro-Magus is coming up here. Cro-Magus is was a fairly tough fight back in the day. From what I've read of his Blizzard's Bingo Boots. Behind Winds picked up. Cro-Magus is one of the toys that Nefarian has kind of put together. He is part of the Dragon. Don't flip it yet, buddy. So he is a. Oh shit! All right. He is a multiple. It's already attacking. I don't know. I'll probably talk too much to do this, but he's a multiple colored dragon pet that Nefarian has made from the colors of the different dragon flights. He can shift colors here, so he's getting Brood Afflictions now, and he's shifting around his colorful color acclimation. He can switch between colors, and he also has a different breath that he does. I think Justin's about to die here as I, oh, he's like, so, there's a big breath. Now he's a Killing Frenzy. I think he's gonna get eaten or something like that. I believe if he gets all of these Brood Afflictions on him, he will automatically die. Serves him right for pulling levers before I'm ready for them. Or he might actually not be. Let's see. There, time stop. Black, green, blue. I don't see the bronzes on here. I thought that automatically killed him, but I could be wrong. Oh no. Oh shit. Why am I stunned? Anyways, he's a tough boss to kill. You didn't actually know which breaths I believe he would use until you started the fight. So you had to kind of not guess, but he was always one of those things where you didn't quite know what he was going to do from time to time. Randomness in these fights is always pretty tough to deal with. Shoulder. That's kind of neat looking. Shimmering Geta. That looks really not good. So all that stuff has been done. You can also skin them for a bunch of different dragon scales. Chromatic scale, I don't... I am still frozen somehow. I have 9 minutes of these poisons. So again, these poisons in Magic, you'd have to have somebody around to remove. There are spells that will remove stuff, but I don't think we have any way to get rid of magic or poison. So we might just have to put up with this stuff. But luckily we're pretty close to the last fight here. I never really did bother with PvP. Grew that ask. I did a few things here and there. I did some old, some of the old battlegrounds and stuff like that, but I never have gotten too far into it. It's never been something that I don't really PvP a lot in almost any game, so WoW was something I was kind of familiar with, but the adjustments they did to PvP were always, they really tried hard not to have separate skills for PvP versus PvE, so they would do a lot of adjustments to two skills to balance PvP, and that would always wind up causing some weird little havoc with PvE stuff. So that was always my big gripe with it. Anyway, here's Nefarian, Nefarius, I should say. He's in his human form right now. He is a dragon. He will show that off pretty quick. This is his weird little lair here. He's got a bunch of people. I guess he's had people try to come and kill him before, but hasn't really worked out too well for them, it looks like. At any rate, he's the guy who's trying to A1 beat Ragnaros at his own game, and also create this chromatic flight of dragons. So he is the end boss of this raid. He has some tricks up his sleeve in terms of what he can pop out of these little holes here. And he's also going to show you his true colors at some point pretty soon. So here we go. Did I get a pet? Was that somebody said something about a pet? I don't think a pet dropped at all. Whistle of Chromatic Bone? Oh, he needed it. Yeah, I guess Justin needed the pet thing. I really don't care about pets, so it's not that big of a deal. So I'm usually happy to give any mounts or pets or anything like that to my friends. Just don't do anything on this one. Stand by the edge of the platform. So I'm going to tell him to get over here, and I will show you what exactly happens during this fight. There are 3 phases, but I'll probably burn through him pretty quick. He's got his nice little crown on. I'm going to talk to him for a second. You have made the mistake that all mortals make. You assume that the pace of the game revolved around your actions. He's a dragon. He's very full of himself and blah, blah, blah. Your own insignificant thoughts to crush the peanut-sized mass of gray matter floating within your skull. Simple Mal. Allow me to summarize. In this world where time is your enemy, it is my greatest ally. Etc., etc., etc. So here we go. The first phase of the fight has begun. these guys are just hitting. Nefarian immediately becomes impossible to hit or target. He will just come ahead and start attacking you. He just kind of does this for a while. He'll warp around. You can't hit him. You can't do anything. You just gotta deal with it. And what he does is he summons all these draconids onto you from these two little things. So you had to split up the raid up and start dealing with these guys and AoEing them down while your tanks are trying to pick them all up. You can tell they come in pretty fucking quick. There are a lot of them too. I think you have to kill about 64 of them before you move on to the next phase. I'm just gonna stack up for a bit, see what happens. I'm not exactly sure how many will come out total, or if they ever even stop coming out. Beep, boop, boop. Somebody's asking if I'm playing the old raids the way the game looks plays now, or is it all in vanilla WoW. This is live servers. This is not a private server or anything like that. I'm not about to go stream anything that Blizzard would not approve of. This is all the way they look now. They have been patched up a little bit here and there. They're mostly the way they were when the game launched. Some mechanical adjustments here and there. But yeah, this is a lot of dudes. They really hate me. That's a lot of dudes. So this is the first phase of the fight. I'm actually taking damage now. Holy shit. That's rare. So I'm gonna back out of here real quick. So even though I'm like 40 levels above all these dudes, they will still sometimes hit you. And I guess I'm still afflicted by some. Oh man. Let's take these guys out again. Sorry, bud. So now they're going to stop coming, I believe, and we're going to move on to the next phase of the fight. Let's see here. Man, I'll actually die here. That's crazy. No, I don't think so. Okay. Where am I taking this damage from? Anyways, this is Nefarian. This is, I believe, the second phase of the fight, but it might just switch between the second and third phases pretty quickly here. I'm not sure, because I don't know if I can actually get him down far enough to take him out without knocking him into the next phase without actually killing him. Let's see here. I think he enrages at some point when he's lower health. And we get feared. Oh, I can't. Oh, that's right. You get cursed. I can't actually. Involuntary transformation. This will, he has the ability to do different things based on, he'll target a class member and then do a certain thing to them based on, oh my god. Oh, they all came back. I forgot about that part too. They will all respawn as part of the fight. Oh man, that is a lot of dudes just lying around dead. So he has the ability to target a raid member and do something specific to their class. He forced me into the cat form, even though I was mostly playing as a tank, and I couldn't get out of it. And also, he respawns every single dude that you killed before to come back. Not fun. If you're not ready for it, I suppose. Not that we have to worry about it because we are just very, very high level. Nemesis skull cap. What does that look like? That's pretty cool looking. Sharpshooter Harkobus, head of Nefarian. You can use this for a quest. I believe you can take that actually to King Rin and Stormwind, and everybody in the city will get a boost for like half an hour, and it also starts a quest that'll I think unlock something. Okay. So I believe they did patch in class calls. Somebody's asking for DK and monks. If you look it up on Wowpedia, there's already a class call for demon hunter, for demon hunters, I should say. So they are thinking back to all this old stuff when they do this stuff. So they have. Do I need a port anywhere? Maybe Tanaris, if I can get there. No, Silithus. So I'm going to probably head over to the two other dungeons, the two other raids that are going to be over in the Silithus way over here. Ahn'Qiraj the Fallen Kingdom. There are two here. There's a 20 and a 40, I think. We'll show off some of those. Oldham portal active. I don't know where that is. I can also warp to the Caverns of Lost Time, and probably get to it from there too. So let's see. Tulpa Rod. So Onyxia is available too. She's also on. What the hell is Tulpa Rod? Where the fuck am I? Is this a PvP zone or something? What the hell is this place? I don't think I've ever been here before. Should tell you how much I play PvP. I'm guessing this is some kind of PvP zone, which I've never been to before. I don't see you anywhere. SW point? Just port me to Stormwind, buddy. I'm very confused. Deep Home. Oldham. Yeah, I do have the Oldham pull. Okay, cool. Alright, Oldham. So we're going to take the Oldham, and I think we're going to try for the 2 Ahn'Qiraj temples, and we'll see if we get to Onyxia too. Onyxia is not too far from these. She's right up here-ish. I want to say she's in southern, not Barrens, but she's over in Dustwallet Marsh, the entrance sort of thing. So I'm pretty close to the 2 Ahn'Qiraj ones. We'll see if we can get an Onyxia of a fit before we get done today. She's a pretty quick one. Actually, I might just do that now. We'll see. All right. Hope you got an achieve. All right. So here we go. Yeah, we'll try to do an Onyxia real quick because she is pretty short. Let me fly up there real quick. If I can figure out where the heck the Flight Masters. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll take Onyxia because she's pretty quick, and we'll come back down for the last 2 of the thing. Hopefully, if you guys are enjoying this, we can keep on moving on with some of these in the future. I don't really need I don't really ever need a excuse to play WoW, but my goal was, if we have time before Legion, I think Legion is at the end of August, I want to say. It's easy for me to solo every raid up until Cataclysm. I can get through Deathwing pretty easily. I haven't really tried much of the Pandaria stuff solo. I don't know if it's been knocked down to the point where it's easily soloable. You can try it on 10-man normal. 10-man normal, should I say. I'm not sure if they've adjusted it to the point where one person can actually solo it. I'm not super great shakes at tanking. I'm okay at it, but I'm not like those Death Knights who can come along and like solo raid stuff as it's actually available to them in the same expansion they're in. I kind of rely upon already flying. So I'm not especially skilled. I'm decent enough. I think I'm good enough at tanking to be good in 5-mans, and I'm decent in LFRs and stuff like that. So I'm going to take a little flight. This is going to take a few minutes to get up there if you guys want to take a break. I might refill my beer here for a second, but I'll keep talking for a second before we do that. I'm pretty good at 5-mans. I can keep aggro. I know how to taunt things off of squishies. I can do all that kind of stuff. I think I'm above average in 5-man tanking. But in terms of raid tanking, LFRs that I've done so far, I've done LFRs since... I think I did... I'm not sure if they had that for Cataclysm. I honestly don't recall. I don't get very far in Cataclysm. Cataclysm was a pain in terms of difficulty spike. They really made the dungeons really difficult in Pandaria. In Cataclysm. At the end of Wrath of the Lich King, all the dungeons, even the epic ones, they were just dropping loot left and right. You were fighting the Lich King or running away from the Lich King. Those were all like super cakewalks, and I think they kind of went too far the other way in Cataclysm. And those are punitive. You really had to have people who knew how to crowd control and that kind of stuff. And doing those as looking for group was really painful because you couldn't always guarantee that people... Obviously, people were coming from Wrath of the Lich King, which was not a super highly skilled environment for dungeons. and then you expected them to all of a sudden be much more skillful. It was really difficult to tell rogues to sap people or hunters to trap people. It was really people expected to go through and just kill every mob, and it was always the tank's fault whenever everybody died, because that wasn't the way it was supposed to be done anymore. So I got pretty burned out on Cataclysm pretty quickly. I don't think I actually raided too much there. I did a lot of the Pandaria ones. So let me open up the dungeon guide here. Let's see what we got here. Raids, Pandaria. I believe most of these. I don't think I ever did the Siege of Orgrimmar. But apart from the rest of these, I didn't do a lot of I did the raid bosses when they would pop up and I can get to them in time. Or the world bosses, I should say. Morgashon Vaults, I remember doing most of these. Believe I did most of these. But then for the new stuff in Warlords, I have done most of High Mall, I believe, and the one before that, and then I think I did some of the Blackrock Foundry, but I haven't done all these. So I might actually, at some point, if we keep on doing this weekend stream stuff, I might actually try to get through all of the LFR in Draenor, if we can get all of that done before Legion starts. Hopefully we can. That'd be fun. Let me leave my party here. I'm going to refill my beer. I'll be right back. And keep asking me questions in chat, and I will try to answer them in a second. Okay, here we go. Alright. Alrighty then. I've landed. I'm here. I refilled my beer. It is a refreshing Corona Extra, I should say, with some Clamato and Tapatio on top. It's a pretty low budget michelada, but it's pretty enjoyable. Alright. Let me follow up on these questions real quick. I'm going to rebuff myself, get my flights on, and start going over to Onyxia. So Onyxia was bumped out of level 60. This was in the original raids in WoW. It was when the game launched, 40-man. It was basically a single fight. I never did it. I've done it on a few characters, kind of walked in. I remember all the weird raid recordings from back in the day where people were yelling about eggs and being knocked into the eggs. So I might just aggro her and see what she does to me and see what happens. So another question about the private server takedown. I've talked about it a little bit, but I've been kind of rambling on and off. So if you're not familiar with what's been going on in the world of WoW lately, there was a private server, which I forget the name, Astralius, I want to say, something like that, which was a classic level 60 vanilla raid server, or vanilla WoW server. You could do anything you wanted to it, and apparently it was run for free. Pardon my breath. You could log in for free. You did not have to have an active WoW subscription, which is one of the big problems Blizzard had with it. Did not have stuff like LFR, looking for group, cross-server play. It was one big server. That's the kind of stuff that people really do seem to want. A certain group of people really do seem to want out of WoW. A lot of people do not particularly care for the kind of changes that have been made over the years. If you played in the old days, you had like 50 towns that you could view. Now they've all simplified a lot of the stuff. Some people would say dumbed it down, but for the most part, I really enjoy most of the changes they've made to WoW in terms of making it easier to play over the years. But some people don't, and they want to have the old school stuff. And I'm sure if I was a developer on WoW now, I would not particularly feel great about being told that all the changes you made to the game over the course of its lifespan are not what people want. Should I set this to... Is there even a raid difficulty here? Let me lock out real quick and make sure I'm not like in a 10-man 25. I want this to be as hard as possible. I could have sworn... So they have, so Blizzard sent a takedown notice to the server, and that was shut down with a few days' notice. And now they obviously a lot of people have complained about it and said, hey, we really want to have this experience of playing Classic WoW, is what my earliest memories are. Had a great, it was ways to find community kind of stuff and have big guilds and have really engaged community members. Whereas now, WoW, I think, has been said to be more of a single-player game than an MMO, which is a valid criticism. I do not really talk to a lot of people when I log in to play. Almost everything I do is, I'm not sure if these difficulty settings are actually applicable to this stuff here. Reset the instances. Let's see. Raid difficulty, mythic. I can't actually set that 25. I don't know what's doing that. Huh. Well, legacy. That's weird. Well, anyways, I think she might be set to 10-man rather than 25-man. Yeah, it's actually there, 10-player. I think we can figure out what's going on here. I should be able to set that to 25 unless I'm... Oh, 25-man heroic, let's see. She might not have a mythic setting. Let me see. Alright, do I have to be... I don't think I have to be grouped up to change the difficulty of what I pop into. Let me see here real quick. Dungeon difficulty, heroic. There we go, 25 player. So you kind of want this to be set as hard as it can be because sometimes there's specific rewards that only drop on 25 person heroic. I think I want to say the Lich King will only drop his mount on the hardest difficulty setting. So you kind of want to, it's basically, are 2 ants going to be attacking me or 4 ants? It doesn't really matter at this point. I'm going to be so much more over-leveled to everything that's going to be happening. I should be able to conquer everything with ease, but I do want to have the highest difficulty setting possible just to see what actually will drop. Because there is some stuff that is exclusive to the highest difficulty settings. Okay, we're in. 25 player. This is legacy raid difficult. It doesn't look like this got reset. I think I have to reset it again. Sorry. All these difficulty thingamabobs. I don't know if I might actually be saved to this instance. I forget if you could actually do multiple pulls on heroic versus non-heroic. I think you can. Let me just reset it real quick and make sure. Again, we're rating this. We're doing all this for Pencils of Promise. We made our goal for community endurance run pretty quickly this morning. I really do appreciate everybody who donated any money. Make sure if you donate anything that I know how to find you on the site, and we'll run some raffles and stuff and give some stuff away. We'll also be doing another box office winners league this week on my blog for Civil War, Captain America, etc., etc. I guess I don't know if this is. It just says 25 player. Maybe the heroic part of it is implied. Orly does not have her heroic. Okay. Thank you for the tip, the assault. So I guess it's only 25 player, which is fine. So we're gonna go and kill some Onyxia. Onyxia, like I said before, was one of the first dungeons raids to come out. Really, the first raid most people got into. You had to do a lot of dungeons to get all the gear together to survive in these dungeons. You had to have, I think, fire resist gear as well. It was one of the big. Talked about fire resist before, but you needed to have a fair amount of gear to even get in her and start playing. But she was always the easiest one to get through early on before you would take Molten Core, if I recall correctly.
And her gear was kind of required to get up to start playing core as well. There she is. It's been so long since I played any of this stuff. She was hidden in Stormwind as a human character called Lady Katrina Prester, if I recall correctly, and she was trying to influence the young Anduin Rin, trying to influence him as being part of his inner circle to, you know, manipulate humans and orcs and make them all fight each other and do various nefarious dragon stuff. And part of the plotline was that you had to discover her duplicity and chase her out of Stormwind, and then I believe you got a connecting quest that would let you come over here to Onyxia's lair and fight her. So here we are. There are a bunch of eggs down here, which I always recall you're not supposed to step in those. I believe if you step on them, bad stuff happens. So I'm going to go ahead and try to not kill her right away. She's got 11 million health though, so I don't think I have to really worry about that. I might actually get to see her phases here. Let me look her up real quick. I think I did actually look her up. Fight. Oh, my DNS is getting so weird. Hopefully there's no problems with all this stuff. So phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. She'll take off, and at that point I remember when she flies away, she will have a deep breath, which is always the fun part. A big cone attack, and she'll spawn enemies, and I don't think you can actually attack her as a melee character when she's up in the air. Probably people in chat will let you guys know all of the different phases here, but I believe she first is on the ground. She actually aggroed me. That's crazy. She'll take off to the air, or I don't actually want to do too much bleed damage to her. I kind of want to keep her low. Of course, I did another. As soon as I do another bleed to her, I want to get her down to 60 and let her take off and see some of that part of the fight here. She's big. I believe they redid her model as well. So yeah. So I guess if I get knocked back in here, I'll pop up some whelps. That's no fun. That's no fun at all. Oh, a lot of them popped. Wow, that's a bunch of dudes. I think the only times I've really come in here to do this fight, I have kind of one-shotter or two-shotter or something like that. That's right. Sure. Should be taking off pretty soon. And I'm still lacerating her, so she's damaged, but I can't hit her unless I'm sorely mistaken. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of dudes. Wow. I haven't seen the deep breath yet, which I hear is random. Another joke about when that would pop out. Let's see what she does. Fireballs. She's fireballing me. She's not really doing too much damage. I'm not really sure. She's at 61% right now. I'm not really sure when she drops back down. 40% health is what I'm being told. I can do damage to her without too much problems. I still have my... she's spawning in some more people to help out. So I'm assuming at this point you just have to pick up all these ads. I don't think she has a threat table at this point. I think she just kind of will attack almost anybody she can see. Of course, I'm the only person here, so she's going to be attacking me, but... Let's see if there's any more. I guess those whelps that spawned were not actual whelps from the eggs. I guess they were just kind of spawned. There's a deep breath. Oh shit. I can see that. Big old cone attack. That does not look fun. I guess you had to get out of the way for that. Rather than let it hit you. Because letting it hit you might be a bad choice, I'm assuming. I wonder if these eggs respawn. Sure. Go and spawn them all. See what happens. So this is kind of a famous WoW meme from back in the day. 50 DKP minus. It was a raid recording of a raid leader who was yelling at his entire raid, just trying to get them all in line. More dots, more dots. Some Scandinavian dude. far as we can tell from the accent, who was just livid at everybody around him. Just thought they were super incompetent. And that and like Leroy Jenkins were the two big classic WoW meme kind of recorded stuff. I think what was I saying? Leroy Jenkins was obviously kind of scripted entertainment more than anything else. Whereas, what else can I do? I'm gonna get out of here and just go through the last one. At least I can do that. So let's try and get him down to lower health, because I can't hit him from my bear form. So Leroy Jenkins was obviously scripted, kind of a skit kind of thing. Really funny at the time. But the dude losing his shit. I'm sure somebody can find it. Hopefully link it in chat. Here's another deep breath. Just really, one of the first real recordings I can remember of somebody in a multiplayer game going fucking apeshit. Obviously that kind of stuff is all over the place now with, if you want to find Dota recordings or whatever. Or I remember somebody recently put together a trailer for Eve that was nothing but people yelling at each other. Bad behavior, not hard to find. But in 2004, when multimedia was not as easy to, there was no YouTube back in the day. You had to find weird wave links and stuff to hear all this kind of weird stuff. Early days of WoW. I remember watching a lot of raid videos too. Far in my past. But it was okay, I'm going to take Onyxia down. Again, she's a little tougher now than the other stuff I've been fighting because she's level 80. This was taken out of the vanilla. You can actually play the vanilla Onyxia anymore. You can only play her on the 80 level. Ahn'Qiraj was another classic raid dungeon that was moved up to, I believe, Wrath of the Lich King. And you can only play her there. Play that there now as well. So all the stuff has kind of been removed from the base game. Let's see what I got here. Halo of Transcendence. Oh, that's neat. Neat little effect. Helm of Wrath. Pardon my burps. That's a plate. Ooh, that's cool. Man. Yeah, take my axe and put it on my head. So it looks like I got an axe coming out of my head. That is pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Ashen Sack of Gems. That's just for cash, I guess. Polearm. Kind of neat. Trident. Reinforced Shadow Strike. Use. Summons a new Reinforced Thunder Strike. Let me try this out. See what happens. So, Head of Nefarian. Oh, that was from the one I did before. There's also Head of Onyxia, which I guess will let you bring this back to Zardoth of the Black Claw in the basement of the Slaughtered Lamb. I have no idea where that is. I'm going to accept it though. I got a new backpack, 22 slot bag back in the day when slots were. Oh, I got rubies. Okay, these are worth probably still a little bit of money. Farian, I think I gotta do that. King Rin and Stormwind. Got some runes, got some shit. I need to sell a bunch of this crap before I go into the two other raids that are on the docket for today. And maybe, what time is it? 1:14? Okay. Been doing this for 2 hours. It'll probably take me about an hour to get through Ahn'Qiraj, the 2 dungeons there. And if I have time, maybe I'll try to do Deathwing 2. Deathwing is the last raid of the Cataclysm expansion. And he's kind of the boss of all these people. I believe Onyxia was his Nefarian's sister is Onyxia, and they're both children of Deathwing. Deathwing is one of the big crazy dragon bad guys who is not fun to be around. He is a bad dude. So I'm gonna head down to Ahn'Qiraj, which is at the south end of Silithus. It should be another short flight. I'm gonna sell as much of this crap as I can first. I don't think I really need anything. I haven't really picked up anything I really want to transmog yet. But we'll pop through the 2 dungeons there. I believe there's a 20 and a 40. I want to say it's been a while, but we'll explain some of the details about what happened in Silithus. I'll probably give a quick run through Silithus too, so you guys can see kind of what that place looked like. That was the last zone to unlock in vanilla World of Warcraft, if I'm recalling correctly. Patch 1.6, I want to say. They really don't do a huge amount of zone unlocking anymore. I guess they do add some stuff. They added that one in Draenor, but I guess each expansion will have like one zone that unlocks at some point in a few patches in. They've always kind of left me a little underwhelmed at this point, but Tanara, I want to say, was the one from Draenor. Anyways, let me warp back over there to the flight path, and I will jump up to Silithus, go down to the last 2 dungeons we have for today, and maybe I'll do one more after that. And I haven't streamed in a while. I kind of enjoy doing this. Hopefully you guys are too as well. But if we have time in the future, like I said before, Draenor, before Legion comes out, we'll try to get through the other raids on the docket. We'll try to raise some more money for Pencils of Promise. You see the URL in the bottom corner of my screen. Feel free to type that in, or underneath the window in the chat room. That is also available. Where the hell is this? Ah, okay, there you are. I haven't been a Dustwallow Marsh in a long time. Talk to me. Okay, I actually don't have any flight pass to Silithus, so I have to run over that way. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Zombie Pie is saying that we have hit our endurance run target. We hit that actually pretty early today, but you guys are still welcome to give some more money to that if you like. Let me tweet this real quick. And I will come back and answer more questions. Anything you have, you don't feel restricted to WoW. I'm happy to talk about anything else you guys want to. Okay, close that, open this up, and I'm back. Beef jerky, that's what my lady got me this morning before she took off. I'm gonna open up a little bit of beef jerky bite, eat it. I didn't get any breakfast this morning. I woke up about half an hour before I started the stream, and I realized my streaming setup is not. I thought I had it set up, but then if you're here earlier on, I can't hear a thing of this game. Hopefully you guys are hearing it. I have this little USB headphone set up from Microsoft. The LifeChat XL 3000, which sure sounds like something my grandfather would want. Turn this mic away while I eat. So here we are in Ahn'Qiraj Crater. A very big, I believe it was about level, I don't think this was end game when it came out, but I could be wrong. A lot of so in Cataclysm they took all the old zones and redid the level ranges for them. So some of the end game stuff is now pretty early on in the game, like, God, what is that name of that place over here in Playlands used to be, I believe, end game. Now it's 40 to 45.
Western Plated Lands was a little bit before that. Now it's 35. So you hit all the old in-game stuff fairly early in the game because nobody's really hanging around at level 60 in the old world. You can go to Draenor, or should I say, yeah, I guess old Draenor you could go to at 58 now, and basically as soon as you hit 58 you just clear out your entire quest log, chat log, whatever, and you head off from Draenor. There's no point in sticking around because all the stuff that you can get from the quest at the level 60 in the old world are not nearly as good as, or I guess they're probably balanced out a little bit, but you basically want to hit the Draenor as soon as you get 58, so. Mechanized asks, do you think WoW needs some new lore? New main characters to focus on an entire different planet with new races? I think Warcraft has always had that issue with that kind of fantasy issue where the entire game revolves around like two Thrall, King Rin, Illidan, Chainmoor, Proudmoor. There's like 6 main characters that kind of run through the entire game, at least World of Warcraft, that kind of keep on popping up. Maybe a dozen, that's probably unfair. Maybe a dozen or 2 dozen main characters that kind of keep on popping up. You kill them, they come back, they time warp back to when they were still alive if they're actually dead. So I definitely think that at some point you need to get away from yeah, I would love to see a new race, a new kind of zone, a new kind of do something crazy, or at least at some point get to just fight Sargeras already. I have a feeling the end of World of Warcraft will be a huge fight against Sargeras, who is kind of the ultimate evil in this world, in this storyline. He's always been the big bad guy, and they've always had no qualms against you fighting really, really powerful shit, as we're about to see when I go in here to the Ahn'Qiraj. So this was Silithus. This was a patched-in zone, not exactly the most appealing place in the world to be. I don't think I did most of the quests here back when it was actually unlocked. You go down here to the end. If you see, you can't actually see it right now, but there's a big walled-off section of Silithus where the armies of the Scorpion, what the heck are their names? There's a big insect army down here that has always been kind of locked off from the rest of the world. The Night Elves, the High Elves fought them back in the day with the dragons to repel them and lock them up in their little zone. And there was always kind of a huge Starship Troopers kind of vibe going on with them. Just immense numbers of little insectoids. And there was a scarab wall. This was locked off, and then there was a big old gong over here. There is a big old gong over here. One person per server could do the entire quest line. Get the staff of something. Sounds like Mike in the chat was one of those people. You bang the gong, and then this thing opens up, and you go back in to fight them because I guess the plot line was you saw all these people massing over here, this big army, and you knew that you had to go take care of them before they would rush out and kill everybody on the rest of the planet. So that was kind of the last big thing I recall. If I recall, it was the last big zone to unlock in Classic WoW before they moved on to the Burning Crusade. If I'm mistaken under that lore, please do let me know. So I'm going to go ahead and do these 2 little raids here. I believe one of them is 20 man. I believe this is 20 man here. The Ruins, and I believe the other one is going to be a 40 man. Let me go ahead and sell off all my crap before I pop in here. I don't need almost any of this. Oh man, wow, that's worth 250. That's still not very much money for me. Sorry, buddy. Let's see here. Draconic Avenger did the call. Keep that. Don't need rings. Chromatically tempered sword. For Shadow Strike. So a lot of these would have been really impressive weapons back in Classic. Pardon my burps again. Would have been really impressive weapons and gear back in Classic WoW, but the you can see just from
me opening up my character sheet here, the amount of detail that they've been putting into weapons and stuff lately really outclasses the older gear. So while it's still cool to have some of these weapons that have unique designs and stuff, they still have pretty low poly. They don't really have a lot of the cool visual effects that are on the more recent gear. So I really don't find a lot of the vanilla stuff to be needful for transmogrification. So I don't really keep most of that stuff. Let me sell all these potions. And the other stuff that I picked up. And then we'll hop into these zones. I'll see if there's any interesting quests that I need to do. I'm not really sure. So it mentioned Razorgore to me, and I think Razorgore was one of the other ones that was moved out of. So this is a 20-man for raid instances, and now it's only a 5-player dungeon for level 85 people. Yeah, I don't think you can actually get into the raid anymore for Razorgore. I believe that has totally been removed from the map. I think I actually went over there not too long ago to try to walk into it, and it does not do anything. Just kind of is not there anymore. It's only a dungeon now, as far as I know. I could be totally mistaken about that. Please let me know. Our next Nessus crystals are not worth anything. That makes sense, I suppose. What else can I sell here? Turn the black boxes. Heads. Bags I don't need. Scales of Onyxia nobody needs. I'm sure all this stuff was worth hundreds of gold back in the day, but right now nobody's really crafting level 60 stuff anymore. Because you just go through the level 60 zones so quickly now. You just kind of blast through them. There's no real point to sticking around and getting all this, all the mats you need to craft stuff, unless it's something that is really unique, like Sulfurous or Thunder Fury or something like that, that really is worth putting the time and effort into. The rest of this crap is just kind of, who cares? Alright, then I think that's good enough for now. Let me see what these quests do.
How may I help?
So I guess I can make shit if I bring them back a bunch of crap.
Farewell.
Always fun. Can make a mace. Let's see what this looks like. Is that a one-handed or is that two-handed? It's two-handed. It's still kind of neat looking. Big old scarab on the end of it. I'll accept these quests because it doesn't really matter. I don't think I have a full quest line. At least it gives me something to do while I'm here. I'm almost full up on quest. Alright, popping in. Please do feel free to keep on asking me questions in the chat. I am here to do that. Answer any questions. Not just about WoW. I'm happy to answer anything else too. Site stuff or other game stuff, what I've been playing. Everything else. Happy to just talk. I like talking sometimes. Quirashi. So this is set to 10 player. That can't be right. Maybe. I guess there was a 10 player because there wasn't a. I don't believe there was a 20 player. Wait, now there. Why is it set to 10 player? Over the past history of WoW, there have been 10 player mans, 10 player raids. I could have sworn there were 20 player raids, which it looks like Razorgore was a 20 player raid. There have been 40 player raids, and there have been 25 player raids. So, heroic, legacy raid, normal raid, 25 player. Can I do that? Let's see. I don't think that actually works for this one, because this is before 25 player raids were a thing. So maybe this is only 10 player. It was originally 20. It has since been converted to 10, I'm being told. So, okay. That'll make it only even easier. I'll steamroll everything in here. Somebody is saying they're playing Neverwinter Nights 2 now and trying to get into that and asking me what class to play. I had a really good time playing a Weapon Master with a Scythe in Neverwinter Nights 2. You basically have a Scythe which does, I think, like 3x damage on a critical hit, and as you get more Weapon Master ranks, you can open up the range for critical hits as you go. So eventually you're doing like, oh god, 3 or 4 times damage on 17 through 20s or something like that rolls. And by the time you get to Master the Betrayer, which is one of the best RPGs you'll ever play in your life, you are just kind of a rampaging horde of damage. You can just do crazy amounts of mostly single target damage in that game, but I really had a good time just watching, like, doing, you know, a couple hundred damage a round because we're attacking so often. So that would be my recommendation. The only problem is doing a weapon master. You have to set up your skills when you make your character to have the prerequisites for weapon mastery by the time you get to the point where you can actually make the weapon master. It gets a little complicated, so you kind of have to read the weapon master skill and then work your way back to what you need to have when you actually create your character. It is not super easy, unfortunately. Keep on asking. If you had to give a single player non-sub recommendation for this type of play, what would it be? Leveling up, doing quests, casting spells, etc. Single player non-sub. I really enjoy tanking quite a bit. Tanking is really weird because it's theoretically something you only do in groups, but I've always found that the mechanics of tanking is really fun. Being able to pull in a bunch of enemies and then hit them all with a bunch of low-level attacks. You can really take a bunch of damage as a tank here. That's mostly what I play as. When I solo, even. I don't really do a huge amount of DPS. I've never really enjoyed ranged combat all that much. So, for me, just being a big bulky tank, and being a tank will also let you dive into some of the 5-man dungeons if you want to. It really is quick. It's far quicker to get into groups as a tank than any other, type of class. A healer is probably secondary, but healing is really not something you want to do as a solo player. Here's Ahn'Qiraj. That is a... Oh, am I getting poisoned? Hive Zara Catalyst. I have been poisoned. That's no fun. Ahn'Qiraj, you're gonna die. Sorry, bud. I'm not up on my lore on the ruins part of this. I know basically, you'll see in a bit what has been causing all of these Silithid bad guys to go crazy and come out. That's in the Temple of Ahn'Qiraj. The ruins I am not super up on. I'm assuming they're all being affected by the same old god that's buried here. But in terms of who these players are, I read all this stuff. I've read up on it. But it's not something that really stuck in my mind. But in any case, this whole area here has been... all these guys getting whipped up into a frenzy to attack the outside world. And that's basically what you're doing here. There's a whole bunch of different levels of enemy here. There's some little scarabs, some big scarabs, some bad guys, and some fly-in bad guys, and some big groups of enemies as well. So your basic goal here in the ruins, kill them all. Surprise. Luckily I have a few attacks that will attack everybody around me. Man, does that pull automatically? Oh wow, that's interesting. So once you kill one group, the next group pulls automatically, which means you have no time to rest ever. Which means you have to really, probably back in the day, probably really had to watch your mana consumption and everything else. And make sure you're always topped off on health. There was a bad there. Named? Did you name that? I don't think so. That would have been complicated. I guess you would have probably pulled all these guys back out as far as you could have, just to have a little few seconds of time to rest in between pulls and to get healed up. Ancient armor fragment. Can I actually mount in here, I wonder? Oh! They're coming over the top. And finally the boss pulls. Okay, I get it. That looks like it would have been complicated to get through. No time to rest. I don't know if it actually keeps you in combat through each of those. It looks like it does, which would have meant that you could never actually drop out of combat. You can only rest and eat when you're outside of combat. So if you are always kept in combat, it's very tough to get your resources back as a player. So I've done 1, 2, 3. Boop, boop, boop. There's one. Somebody was telling me before. There's one boss in here. I think that can only be damaged by ice magic, which I don't think I have. So there might be one boss in here I can't do. But we'll see. Keep on meandering forward. Cat Potts wants to know, can you play WoW casually or is it a major time commitment? It is not a major time commitment at all. You can play as much as you want to or as little as you want to. It really depends on what you want to do, though. Obviously, if we want to be a raider now, even now it's still you know, a fair amount of time commitment to get done. There's a lot less emphasis on farming materials and stuff like that, but if you just want to get to max level, it doesn't really take too long to get a lot of gear now and actually start doing heroics and LFRs now. So the looking for raid system is basically raid finder. I want to do whichever one I want to do. You find group, you select your thing, and it'll pop open a, you know, little, see if I can see real quick. Oh, wow, okay. The group has been formed for Imperator's Rise. So that's how long it takes to get into raids if you're a tank. I could have popped right in there right now and been warped right to it automatically. And LFRs are actually easier than heroics in Draenor. They're really super simple. I've had a few fights where I just have actually dropped out of an entire... I've actually gone through the wrong way as one of two tanks. I've gone the wrong way down a road and I've actually walked out of the instance and come back only to find that the other tank has already beaten the next boss. So LFR is really fun. It's really enjoyable to see all the plot that you missed in the old days. The reason they put that in was because nobody back in the day could... There's like 2% of all people would ever raid. So they were the only ones getting the in-game content. And what Blizzard eventually said, you know, hey, we really want to have everybody get a chance to at least see the story of, you know, all this work we're putting into these in-zone raids. We can't have it be for like 2% of all the players. So they added in LFR a few expansions ago. I've really enjoyed it quite a bit. People have always said the real hardcore people have, you know, accused it of being you know, dumbing down raids for the average player, and it should be a reward for the hardcore and all this other stuff. But in the end, they put so much effort into these raids that they really, I totally understand why Blizzard would want people to actually see it. So they added an LFR, and it's really quick to get into. Probably takes a little bit more time as a DPS, but just being able to hop in there has been really fun. So I am in. Can I do this here? Why can't I do it here? Ahn'Qiraj. I'm in Ahn'Qiraj. There are some tanks you can only use in Ahn'Qiraj. I'm not sure why it's not letting me use these here, but oh well. At least I can mount up. I can't fly here, I don't think. No, I can't. But I can. How far did I get into the Legendary Ring quest line? I don't think I've gotten above the 640 ring on any character. I definitely could have done that stuff if I really wanted to, but it just seemed like a lot amount of busy work. And I already have 670 rings on all my characters, 674, 675. I could have done it, kept on going, but it just seemed like... That was when the Legendary Ring was kind of ramping up. That was kind of when I was losing interest in Draenor questing. Moam. Let's take a look at this guy and see what he does. Moam. What does Moam mean? Man on a mission, according to Urban Dictionary. That means you're focused. So this guy's really focused on something. Focused on not dying and not doing too good with it. Binds when picked up. Ornate hilt. That must be a weapon. So in some of these raids, you also have these hilt. So binds when picks up classes. It'll have a few classes for you. You have to find the dude who redeems this for another item, and usually you have to have some other crap too to give to them, and that will make a weapon for you. You can usually pick one of a few. So you can get one for your class specification without having to worry about, you know, having a druid weapon drop. Like if a healer weapon dropped here, it would not be super awesome. It would not do much for me because I don't play as a healer. So that token system is a little bit better for people who might have a specific specialization. I can't even do some of these quests because I'm not revered with the Cenarian Circle. A lot of rep grinds too in these kind of areas. Boop boop padoop.
What is your strategy to learn tanking new dungeons? Do you read guides or just jump in cold? I always try to read. I always try to read up on stuff before I go into, because as a tank especially, you really do have to have some knowledge of the mechanics of a fight. Luckily, I don't play in beta very much, so by the time beta's done and all these fights go live on the live servers, all the strats have been kind of worked out, and you kind of know the bare necessity of what needs to be done. So, pardon the pun. So you kind of have an idea of what is going on. If you don't know what you're doing as a tank, it's very easy to wipe the entire raid or dungeon group that you're with, which is always something I felt really terrible about being responsible for. You can flutz your way through it, but especially the heroics and Cataclysm and even Draenor were pretty tough when they opened up. And if you didn't know what you're doing, I've always been really surprised when I see people hopping into heroics and beating them before the actual normal dungeons. But that's what you can do, I guess, as a DPS. I always try to learn up a little bit, not to spoil anything for me, but I'm mostly into dungeons for gear, not storyline. So even stuff about which boss has an attack that you need to hide behind a pillar for or else you die, that kind of stuff, if you don't know about it, you are probably not going to do too well. Okay, is the music on here? So Osarian the Unscarred, I believe, is kind of the last boss. You could kind of take either path you wanted to get to him, but I don't think you actually have to. Oh, it's a scarab cough over here. So some of the bosses you fight and some of the enemies you fight, you have little keys that you can use to open up these guys and get some stuff. Probably all for these kind of like oh shit. Alright, so Osarian, you see these little crystals over here. This little wind thing that pops up, I believe, would make it, I forget if it makes it easier for him to kill you, or makes it more difficult for you to kill him. But basically what I was told that you have to do is drag him to, here we go. So that weakens him for 45 seconds, which is when you have to start doing a lot of damage to him. Arcane damage taken. So is that, I guess, maybe there are different kinds of damage that each one of these would be good against him. If he can only be damaged by arcane, that would be pretty tough to organize. A lot of these old dungeons had problems where certain classes were more valuable than other ones. Oh, here we go. Okay, so it's fire here, and I guess you had to, probably these were preset, so you knew which ones you wanted to go to from the beginning. But anyways, you had to drag him from little shard to shard to try to weaken him up over time and keep on going with him. Good lord, that's a lot of crap. Spiked hilt, crossbow of imminent doom. That's kind of neat looking. Sandstorm cloak, very appropriate considering what he did to this whole zone. Head overseer, another head, just collecting heads left and right. Obsidian idols is grabbing a lot of crap that is only useful for these little specific quests that that you can bring a lot of stuff to people and have them make it into items for you. Noval is saying there is nothing that will give you as much content as WoW does, but they keep promising they'll pump out content faster for consistent players and never end up doing it. That is my biggest worry about this whole vanilla server thing and how. So apparently Blizzard's going to talk to the people who ran that vanilla server and fly them out to Irvine to talk to them and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to play on a vanilla server. I really hope that if people who do want that get what they want. But I really have a lot of problems with the way Blizzard has been saying since like Wrath of the Lich King. They've kept on saying, yeah, we know the gaps between the last expansion and the next expansion are too long. We're going to really try to speed it up a little bit. At the end of the Burning Crusade, they actually added in a whole new zone that I don't think they were planning to, just because they knew how much longer it's going to be for the next expansion to come out. But they keep on saying it. They haven't learned how to do it yet. Between the last raid in Draenor and Legion will be almost a year or over a year maybe, I think. And it's consistently an issue for them where they have this problem of
putting out a raid and then saying, hey, that's all you get till the next expansion, and then, well, where's the next expansion? Why is it taking us a year to get it? And they keep on saying that, no, it's going to be fine. We're going to really tighten it up and make it less of a gap this year, and they never have done it. So the only issue I have with the vanilla server stuff is for them to make sure that they don't take away resources that would go to actually cranking out expansions a little bit faster. I don't mind the raid progression when an expansion is up. They do those pretty quick, and they keep on putting out new stuff for people pretty well. But then you have this year gap between one expansion and the next expansion where it's boring as hell. There's nothing new to do. Once you get through all the raids, you just kind of have nothing really left to do for a while. They don't put in any more content or items to find or anything like that. There might be some sops of little bits and pieces of stuff here to do here and there, but for the most part they just kind of let it sit for a year, and everybody's really curious as to why everything drops, you know, out of why the subscription numbers drop in half and everything like that. So that's my main concern with the whole vanilla server thing. I get that Blizzard has been talking about maybe trying to do something, but I would really hate to for them to take people away from doing new content in favor of stuff that people have done before. The end of my rant. 14 months is what I'm told between the last Draenor raid and Legion, which is incomprehensible. At least, you know, KOTOR or the Old Republic and stuff, the free-to-play games really have to crank stuff out really quickly, and they know they have to do it because otherwise their subscriptions are, they're not even their subscriptions, their player bases are lifeblood, and they really have to keep on working on it in order to keep people engaged. They really have to put out, you know, content on a fairly regular schedule. Otherwise, people quit and they don't come back. WoW at least has a little bit of magnetism left with it, where it's still the most popular MMO in the, I don't know in the world anymore. There are probably some free-to-play games that are bigger than WoW's subscription model, but WoW still has, I don't know, a certain cachet in terms of the ability to get the player base back when a new expansion drops. But I think enough people have dropped off now that it'll be really curious to see what Draenor does. Like, I can, you know, I don't know how slash who's, but if you look around in some of these higher zones, there's not many people on board anymore. Sometimes there's like 2 or 3 players in an entire zone. How do I get the fuck out of here? Oh shit! Oh! Oh! Okay. Is there a way past this place? Did I miss the ramp up? If I've ever had to get out of here before. Where do I go? Oh shit, I scrolled down too far. I'm reading on the map that there should be a ramp out of here, but I'm not seeing it. Maybe I did something really bad and went the wrong way. Maybe I can get up and around it this way. Jump across the rocks on the cliff. Let's see. I can't use my travel from here. I see. Okay, yeah. I get it now. That was really stupid of me not to see that. I already did kill the boss down there. I think I got them all. Unless I'm mistaken. Okay. Big old lizard bear. Okay, I'm popping out of here. I'm gonna go sell some shit. I'm gonna go pop into the Temple of Ahn'Qiraj. We'll see what we do after that. It's only through 2 my time, so maybe we'll try one of the later raids. I can probably pop into Deathwing pretty quickly and show you guys what at least some of the newer stuff is like. Hey guys, we're friends. I am riding a bear. This is a BlizzCon 2008 bear mount. I forget the name of it is. Let me see if I can look it up. Still really fairly valuable on Big Blizzard Bear, I want to say. Let's see. Big Blizzard Bear eBay. Holy fuck me. $899 is what it's going for in the first eBay listing. I see one for 699 bucks. That is cray. That is really, really crazy. That is a lot of money for a mount. But you could only get this at BlizzCon 2008, and you had a little card with a scratch off on it, and you had to enter the code into the game to get the mount. And of course, I did it right away. But now I wish I had 800 bucks. Of course, you had to save it for a long period of time, and who knew what WoW was going to be like? What WoW was going to be doing in God, what was that? 8 years ago. But yeah, so the only cards out there are still from people who have had it since BlizzCon 2008 and haven't scratched it off yet. So that's why it's worth a lot of money. So I'm going to do AQ40 now, and then I'm going to see if I can do one more after that. These earphones are really tight on my head. But yeah, I'm going to do AQ40. So the AQ20 or 10, I guess it is now, was kind of the ramp up thing. You had to do that a bunch to get the gear to make it available for you to get into AQ40 and start making some progress there. Let me sell some stuff real quick again. Crap! Holy shit. Whole bunch of crap. I don't know what all these idols do. I think they're just for turning in for other gear later on, but I do not really need any of this stuff. Let's see if I can put these scarab bags. Scarabs all over the place. I don't think they sell for anything either, so I think I just have to dump them. There's a lot of scarabs. Market prices, I guess. How many BlizzCon exclusive items do I own? I think I only went to 2008. I had a roommate at the time who was working for Blizzard, and I went in and I looked at all the lines, and I decided to go get my goodie bag, and I turned around and walked out. I've always found BlizzCon to be a little more palatable online if you buy a stream or something like that, but I've never really felt the need to hang around and listen to all the kind of design talks and everything like that. It seemed like a big to-do, which is really nice if you're into that kind of thing. But I get a little nervous in huge crowds. All right, let me refill this beer one more time. I'll be right back. Okay, I've moved all the beer ingredients over here. I just kind of poured half a Bud Light into this whatchamacallit, cup, I guess is what it's called. It already had Corona in it and Clamato, so now I'm just trying to get this big ass piece of ice to dissolve a little bit. I'm gonna pour some Tapatio on top of all that. I'm gonna let that sit for a bit. It's probably gonna taste pretty good, cause Clamato.
It is delicious. All right, here we go. AQ40. I did see somebody suggest doing the Wrath version of Naxxramas. And maybe I will do that, because that would be all the old school raids. Naxxramas got moved up to, like I said, level 80. Check this out real quick. Maybe I'll do that instead of, and then we'll come back to all this other stuff later. Adventure guide. Lich King. Oh my god. No, that's... Oh, there's no raid tab for that. Yeah, I believe Naxxramas is in Wrath of the Lich King. We'll see. We'll try to do it. Okay, here we go. So this should be 40 player now. That is the maximum it could be done back in the day. We are trying to get under the temple to fight the entity that has kind of come in and made everybody really mad. All these guys are... Oh man, that's so good. Looks like he got boosted up, but they're still not going to be powerful enough to do... Oh my god, immediately get a purple. Bind on pick up purple. That's not bad. That's pretty cool. It was better if it was bind on equip, but what are you going to do? Neretzek the Blood Drinker. I wonder if the drop rate for that is in here. That's pretty cool to get a purple from the first group. So purples are epics. They will drop from, especially in the big raids, there are drops that'll drop from almost any monster. There are a lot of purple drops that are only dropped from certain boss fights, but then there are other purples that have a really small chance of dropping from anything in the raid. Really, really small, usually, but I guess I kind of got lucky that time. Blue Karaji Resonating Crystal. So I do have the... Okay. So there are some of these mounts that can only be used in Ahn'Qiraj. Can't be used anywhere else. They're pretty cool, and I really wish they would make some of these available in the rest of the game, because now you just can't use them anywhere else. I guess there's probably lore reasons for that, but I really wish... I'm sure there are probably some models similar to this that can be used anywhere, but I haven't seen them. But I kind of like these unique, and there are a bunch of different colors of them and everything else. And that's my story. And I'm sticking with it. Looks like these guys kind of power each other up as they die, so it doesn't really matter because they die. Bloop blop bloop bop. The Prophet Scaram. Take a look real quick. I'm having a lot of DNS problems today. Just stuff will not pop open when I try to This looks complicated. Holy shit. So I'm reading some of the stuff on WoW, WoW Wiki, Wikia.com, Wowpedia. And back in the day, I mean, it's hard to really... Some of these fights would take half an hour. Not this one, necessarily, but some of these things would take really, really long periods of time, even if everything went perfect. But nowadays, it's all just kind of like, boop, and you're dead. Let's see if I can... hit some of these gently enough so that they actually maybe go through some of the phases that they have. Sometimes phases are unavoidable entirely. You kind of have to do. Okay, now you pop into 3 hits. Much easier to kill, so you have to figure out which ones have the proper amount of health. It looks like, yeah, 2806. You see that guy only has a very small amount of health. You have to burn these guys down first, and then get back to the real dude who has the most amount of health. I'll see if he pops again. Splits up. That'd be a handy skill to have. He warped, assuming that would have been really bad for having, you know, raid positioning, everything like that. You want to kind of keep bosses in a certain predictable space, but not this guy. He's popping around. Okay, time to die. Pendant of the Karaji Guardian. I'm getting more Greater Scarab coffer keys. So there's a bunch of these weird little treasure chests around that you can open up if you have the keys from the bosses that you use. on them. So I guess I'm being told you can actually get that bug mount from archaeology, which is not the funnest profession in the world. I've never really had a good time doing archaeology, so I'll probably just not bother with that. Oopsie daisy, don't spell beer. Somebody said in the chat, competing for first kills on bosses was always awesome, and that was one of the big things that I kind of kept track of when I was. Let me clear out some of these quests that I don't need, so I can see if I can pick these up and see if I can maybe do some little bit of progress and some of this stuff. Stormwood City, got a few of these. All right.
Hello.
Greetings.
Mortal Champions, low level.
Light
I guess I probably picked up an insignia from something in the other dungeon, it looks like. Or Prophet Skaram I've got one from. So I'm not really
Or
sure
the
what
Alliance.
this keeps on
Keep
moving.
up.
Oh, that's a pure rep gain, it looks like.
Be careful.
Ishnu Allah.
So this is more just kind of items that you can make if you want to. Genesis Helm. What does that look like? That is not pretty at all. Oh my god. I would wear that to a Prince tribute concert, but apart from that, I'm not going to pick up any of this. Why are my skills all wackily placed? Somebody wants to know. But again, if you're going to ask me a question, please make it at Rorie in the chat so I can actually see it. I'm looking at chat too. But I might not see it unless you send it to me in the reply window. So I use Bartender for my bars. I have never been a big UI pretty dude. I know some people who really get into making their UI. You can move all this stuff around. You can make it like warp and everything else. I've seen people do stuff really pretty with their UIs. I've very much always been a functional person. As long as I can remember where everything is, that is all I really care about when it comes to putting together my UI. I like to have a lot of screen space. I like to have as much view of the world as possible. When it comes to putting stuff together. Is it pretty? No. It very much is not. You should see my raid frame. Every time I warp into a raid, I have to reset everything because it is all really out of whack. Brainwash. Oh shit! I had my auto attack on, and I accidentally killed him before I weakened him up. I apologize about that. He dropped another resonating crystal, which I already have. So if you drop the that item is what allows you to learn the mount. But I already have the mount, so I can't really use the item, and I don't think I can sell it either. So I'm not going to bother keeping it. My runic pouch is open. What add-on am I using for player target frames? I'm using Z Pearl, I want to say. This is a big, so you see my raid groups that are not set up at all. I barely ever raid on this character. Z Pearl is based on an old add-on called X Pearl. Oh, I can move the aggro warning. That's neat. That's good to have. So Z Pearl is a really handy way to do a bunch of different effects for. You can change what the health bar looks like. You can change what the size of everything. You can change. You can see the target of your target and stuff like that. This is a really handy, really powerful skill. There is a lot of options that you have to go through. A lot that you have to kind of pay attention to. But if you this is even pretty ugly here. I don't need my goddamn mana bar on here because I never use mana. How do I get rid of that player? How do I get rid of my mana bar? You can turn off 3D portraits and just have them be 2D if you need that extra, stuff. So show special bar, dock the player, cast bar. I don't see my mana bar anywhere. I don't know. Blizzard totem frames. It's a really powerful tool if you're willing to put a little time into it to fool around with it. I've done just enough to make it look decent, and also have some information where I need to find it. I need to do better with my buffs and debuffs. I haven't really fucked around too much on this character, but Z Pearl I like a lot. I don't think X Pearl is really maintained really well anymore.
I found the Z Pearl works really well. And then I use threat plates for my tanking. You see those whenever I pull something, I pull the health bars pop up right over the characters. And it also lets me know when I'm have aggro or I'm losing aggro. It's not so much of a big deal here because I'm only one person. But if I was that not even a boss? Huh. Maybe it wasn't. What the heck happened? No! Disconnected from the server. Hopefully you guys are seeing this. Hopefully you guys are still hearing me in here. I think I'm still streaming. Well, that fucking sucks. I have to go through that whole 10 seconds of this raid that I messed up on. Oh, good. I thought I was gonna be warped to like the beginning of the instance. Okay. Somebody named Your Hero is saying healer UI. They made a lot of effort on their UI too, because that was all they ever looked at. And somebody was saying before about UI. Talk to UIs. There were people in vanilla WoW who would have bad frame rates on raid fights, so they would actually point their camera at the ground and zoom in, and all they would look at would be the health bars on their screen if they were healing. They didn't have to. Obviously, that only worked if you didn't have to move very much in a fight, but some people would actually do that to increase their frame rate enough to the point where they could actually be responsive when they were trying to heal stuff. Fun factoid. I believe there is a boss in here. I guess it's Vem, this little dude. Lord Ahn'Qiraj, Princess Yauj. I'm not up on all the lore here for these guys. I know I've been bad about that today. I actually tried to read up a fair amount on these dungeons before I popped in here, but now I realize there are just like a dozen boss fights in each dungeon. Let's see if I can find them here real quick. Give you guys a little bit of background at least before I kill all this stuff. The bug family boss encounter. It's optional. The order in which to kill the 3 bugs determines which loot table is used for drops. That's interesting. Huh. Maybe somebody in chat would tell me which order I need to kill them in. Or, I don't know if that really matters to me too much. Unless there's like a specific weapon I kind of want to get out of here. Let's see here. Kill that other green resonating crystal too. Let me look up this encounter. Bug trio. And see if there's any way. The easiest way, the hardest way is to kill Lord Kree last. Must beat Lord Kree last in order to obtain some of the best loot possible. Okay, I'll kill Lord Kree last. How about that? I do not think it'll be difficult for me in this fight. Let's see. Lord Kree. Bye-bye. 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 Oh, you're not dying. Now you're dead. Oh! I got a girdle and a ring, neither of which even fucking show up on your model at all, so that doesn't really matter too much. I think girdles do show up, but they are a very small part of what your character overall looks like, so not really a huge deal. Okay, where am I going now? I think I can go either way. I wish these were labeled.
I'll go do a poll. How about that?
You betray your friends.
Tell me which way to go. I don't think it really matters too much. I should say north or south, but either way, left or right. Eventually I'll get to the end boss, and I think I'll probably have to kill a few more things after. I don't think I have any way to do ice damage unless I have anything in my... Unless I have an ice spell in here somewhere. So I think one of the bosses is going to be unkillable, as far as I can tell. I don't think I have any way to do ice... What is the play total? This character is 7 days, 16 hours, 58 minutes. This is a pretty low-level character. My paladin has way more hours in it. What is actually one way? Head towards the yellow room. Okay. I guess I'll do that. Head towards the yellow room. Left one anyway, so it's fine. Can I mount up in here? Also sucks. What is this boss over here? Let's see. I'm not gonna bother killing this stuff because I don't really want to. I don't think I need any of the items. Because I'm not really trying to get through any of these quests for items and stuff. I'll just get to the next boss and take him down. Yeah, the ice boss is a giant slime, and I've gotten to him before, but I don't think I have any ice equipped damage, so I don't think I even actually hurt him. Which sucks. Unless I have something in my bags that I'm not really sure that I do. I should have brought Justin along, probably. Plans for Thorium Helm. Wow, that sucks. Fellstone Reaver of Agility. Why am I even looking at this green stuff? Battleguard Sartura. Three ads have nearly identical abilities. They whirlwind, reset aggro, and start chasing random people for a duration of 5 seconds. Hard enrage. Yeah, there you go. 10 minutes. Oh man, 10-minute enrage. Good lord. That's long, actually. Most of these things feel a lot longer than that, but it's a lot shorter than that. Enchant weapon, elemental force. I don't think I even have that. Why are you standing now? You can fly. You should be flying, in my opinion. So now she's frenzied at 20%, and she attacks much more often, but not often enough to save her from my wrath. Unfortunately, I apologize, Sartura. I'm gonna let you finish, but gloves and a necklace. Again, not anything really super impressive, unfortunately. Mike Limmer says, it's depressing going back to these old dungeons, knowing how much time you spent in the game and how little it actually amounted to. And that's definitely one of the weird opportunity cost things about WoW. And maybe, do I have Alcoholic on here? Let's see now. So, 167 days played on this server, which I feel is low. But this isn't even the server I started on. No, that's Ner'zhul. Okay. So Ner'zhul is the server I started on. Let's see here now. How do I get up? Stop it. So 167 days played. Last visited 3 years ago. Some of this is not accurate. That's Ner'zhul. Ner'zhul is the server I really started on. I haven't played there super often since I switched over to Kel'Darai as my main. 167 days is half a year, a solid year of like not even sleeping that I've spent in this game in the last like 12 years. Half a year. So almost half a year out of 12. So half, what is that, 12 hours every 2 weeks or something like that, or a little less? Yeah, it's a lot of time. It's a lot of time that I could have spent doing something else. Learn karate. I could have learned karate.
I think it's the regret that everybody has when they look at how much time they've spent in WoW, especially people playing a very, very long time. It's fun to play, it certainly is, and I don't regret time I've spent playing on it. Like, I don't regret time I could have spent, obviously, 160 hours playing, 160 days playing any other kind of games in those times, but it's definitely something I'll probably think about as the life flashes before my eyes. I'm lying on my deathbed. Somebody keeps on saying enchant weapon elemental force. I don't think I have the enchant weapon skill, do I? Is that a thing? I don't think I have the ability to cast anything like that. There's Moonfire. I can get arcane damage. I don't think I have anything that does nature damage. I have nature damage. I have arcane. I don't think I have any ice damage, unfortunately. Unless there's something I'm totally missing. If anybody knows a way to get ice damage in the middle of a dungeon, let me know. I don't have enchanting, unfortunately, so I don't think I have much of the ability to do anything. Unless I warped out of here, which I probably don't really care to do. He's an optional boss anyway, so maybe I'll show you guys him, but I don't really feel compelled to. Another one of these dudes. That's the same model as in from AQ20, I want to say. Oh, these guys are so many of them. Maybe I should run through the entire raid and see how many of them I can pull before they all reset. I think some of these guys will stay with me the whole way, but... Okay, you're good. Okay, so I'm going to be through here pretty quick, probably the last couple bosses. Let me, if you guys feel like doing Ahn'Qiraj, we can probably do that. Ahn'Qiraj does take a long time, though. We'll see how we feel. Oh, I got a fetish. Not bad. That is a terrible fetish. That is a terrible trinket. Holy shit. Nothing but reduces the threat I generate by 10% for 20 seconds on a 3-minute cooldown. That is god-awful. I get that there's probably some weird raid, situations where that might be nice for a rogue or something that really wants to unload, but holy crap. That is a really bad trinket now. So yeah, there's this other boss over here that I don't think I can kill without any ice damage. I don't think I have any ways to do it, but I'll definitely show you. Robes of the Guardian Saints. Oh man, I'm skinny. That is one terrible, terrible trinket. They should change that with something else. So here's this boss, Viscidus. He can only be killed by ice damage. I don't think I can actually hurt him at all. I don't think I have any trinkets or anything that can do ice damage. I don't think I have any weapons that can do ice damage or anything like that, so I'd really need to have... Obviously, if I had a huge guild, there'd be somebody, at least a mage, that could do ice damage. But, man, that's really fucking rough. Oh, I guess I can do damage to him, but I can't kill him without... the killing blow has to be ice damage. So you'd obviously be able to do that pretty easily if you had a ice warrior arcane mage with you, but unfortunately I don't. So he's just going to be sitting there hitting me. Throw snowballs. If I had any snowballs, I'd do that. I think snowballs do 1 damage to him, but I don't think I have any way to get snowballs right now. People are saying that that trinket would be really good for mages and vanilla, and I believe it. I'm sure there were situations where that would be really handy to people back in the day. Right now, though, that thing is not even worth using if I was actually leveled to this instance. Threat has always been one of the weirdest. Not weirdest, but the balance of threat. Whether it's easy for tanks to hold it or really hard for tanks to hold it. I think FF14 did a really good job with threat. In terms of making it not super easy to hold, but not super difficult to maintain. You had to kind of make sure your DPS knew to not go too crazy with it, with their damage. But if you're a tank that you knew what you're kind of doing, you could definitely hold threat. But here in WoW, it's basically a non-factor at this point in the game. If you're losing threat as a tank, really terrible. Okay, I think 2 more bosses. Oh, 3 more. Jerky. I like it. I'm not sure what this big body of water here is for. If there's another encounter here or not, but it doesn't look like there is. Oh, come on. Just slow me down now. Mike Limmer says, hated about threat was that it was completely invisible to players. You only had to have 3 third-party mods to tell where the threat was. That's very true. Threat early on was really opaque to end players. You really had to kind of have these third-party mods. I think I have... Oh, God. You might have seen it before. I don't know if I have it up right now. What is this thing? Oh, that's my raid. Omen? Is it Omen? Yeah, Omen. So Omen is a threat. It's one of the better threat counters that's out there right now. It's not going to do much for me here because I'm the only person here. But usually you'd have all 5 of your players on here. Oh, pretty nobody. Pull aggro. But Ahn'Qiraj is my name. Threat is 0% because I haven't done any damage to him yet. But if I do this... Oh, shit, it's too quick. Alright, let me show you this guy. So this threat counter will have all 5 of your raid members or party members here, and I usually be on the top by a large margin if I'm doing my job correctly. But if I have a spell coming out, pull aggro, you have to be 30% above the next, the highest person on the table. So I'm at 100% because I'm the only person here. Everybody else would be well below me. It shows my threats per second, how much threat I'm getting per second. I should have a lot at this point. And everybody else should be below me since I'm the tank. And I switched to tank form, so now I'm doing a lot more damage, generating a lot more threat. And it will adjust roughly as you know, other people do. If other people have a really big burst of damage, they'll pop on there, and it'll let me know that they're about to get to me or get above me in terms of threat, and I can start taunting off of them, or they can you know, do less damage if they want to. But it is not, none of this stuff is super easy. I think there are some general stuff that Blizzard has done for tanks in terms of threat maintenance. I think the screen will flash if you start to lose threat sometimes, but it's definitely never been the easiest concept to expose people to and have them understand what it is, especially for newer players. So. Tomato juice and clam juice. Pretty good. So these are the... obviously all this stuff is pretty influenced by Egyptian kind of themes. Somebody saw The Mummy before they started generating. They're rebooting The Mummy with Tom Cruise. Have you heard about that? That's weird. I don't mind Tom Cruise, but I would have not have thought him to be like... Brendan Fraser should be rebooting Mission Impossible in 10 years as some, like, USA TV show or something like that. It's not that I would think that Tom Cruise would be going back to the Brendan Fraser well. I have a feeling that'll be... Tom Cruise usually makes pretty good movies. It'll be an entertaining action romp. I hope they keep Baron Sonnenfeld far away from it. Not that I liked... Am I walking into Cthulhu? No, this isn't Cthulhu. This is the Twin Emperors.
You are already...
Okay. Twin Emperors, yeah, Ildon's spreading some knowledge. Split them on the opposite sides of the room, or they also heal each other. One was immune to physical, and one was immune to magic. This was apparently really, really tough back in the day. I remember hearing a lot about this fight. I never did it when it was current, so I can't really speak to the difficulty level, but I think I pulled them without really intending to. Are they going to start coming at me? I guess not. I'm going to stand there. They're going to yell at me. So you had to split them up. You had to have 2 raid groups, and you had to, I believe, kill them within a certain amount of time of each other as well, if I recall correctly. Warlock tanking is what some people are saying too. Why is my DNS so weird today? Heal brother. Whenever twins get within 60 yards, they will spam heal each other for 30,000 health. They will teleport each other, and they'll have a complete aggro wipe. Combined health. Oh, combined health anyway, so they would, they have to be die simultaneously, but not have the real same health and HP. Excuse me. Man, some of these, I'm going to copy paste something into the chat here, if I can. Where'd it go? How do I do that? Anyways, if you want to say a raid diagram, go to the strategy section of the thing that I'm. Scroll down to strategy for raid diagram. There are a lot of these. There are tons of these around. These raid diagrams that show you exactly where you need to position all your characters and where everybody needs to be, what direction you need to go in. And this is how difficult stuff was back in the day. Again, I never really participated too much to them. But yes, they had a farm resistance gear and everything like that. But these guys now, they can heal themselves for 30,000 ticks a second. I think I do that in about. That is a cool looking sword. Alright, buddy. You're immune to that. But you're not immune to Aya. So now they're going to start healing each other. And they pulled in these guys. Oh, but, okay. Well, I think I did too much damage there. I apologize. Let's see what I got. Two separate pickup loots as well. Rings and diadems and gloves. Nothing super interesting, unfortunately. I was hoping for a weapon. I got a formula for threat. Enchant gloves for threat. That's not bad. I apologize. I was hoping to keep those guys up a little bit longer, but alas. Now here's some bigger groups of people. You'd probably heal up, rest up, and try to get through these guys. I think I can get feared here, and I should be careful of that. Not that I can ever die from being feared, but it just kind of is annoying because you lose control of your character for a certain amount of time. Do I have? I got. Hey, neat. I got a red one now. I already have the red and the green, blue and the green. I got a Chivo. Okay, I think there's one more boss up here, and then I have to go upstairs for Cthulhu. People are saying this trash is really bad. I believe it. Any big group like this, you're always going to be a little bit careful of. Even if you had 40 people. Not super fun. Fearing was always the worst one to get hit with. Because if you're feared, you can't control your character at all. You have to... you can't control them at all. You just have to run off, and it'll tell you, the AI will tell you where you're going to. And a lot of times if you get feared, you would wind up running into another group of people and aggro all of them as well, which would often be a wipe. So fearing is, I think dwarves used to have fear ward. I can't think of many mechanics nowadays where a lot of people get feared, but it has always been kind of a junk mechanic in terms of taking all of your ability to control your character out of your hands. Which is why Warlock's just so much fun to play against in PvP. I think these are all yellow. Do I have a yellow? No, I already do. I guess I got them all. Let's see who's down here. Ildon says, the next boss is optional also. It's a big sandworm that pops up out of the ground. You had to split the raid into thirds to split damage between the tanks and the raid, and he was submerged, and you'd have to dodge all the sand bubbles. Let's see if I can take it out a little slower this time. Boop. Hey, buddy. How you doing? So these guys are the same model. Oh, man, I had no idea. This is the same model as the sandworms that are out in Burning Crusade. So I guess they really do reuse everything in this game. I had no idea they came from here. Are you gonna pop? You gonna pop me out? What are you doing, buddy? What you doing? I said dodge sand bubbles. Oh, okay, I see. Boop, boop, boop. Sorry, buddy. You're dead. Don Rigoberto's lost hat. Hey, that's not bad. Don't get too many of these hat items around. My hair is just popping right out of the top of it. They probably didn't have Worgens in mind when they built this stuff. Aurora's intact hide. I got a bunch of stuff here. More token items for the most part, but say la vie. Okay, one more big guy, I think. Let's return upstairs. Ildon in chat is giving all the tips on what these bosses were supposed to do back in the day when I couldn't one-shot them. Cthulhu was very, very complicated, and I've always heard him to be obviously one of the hardest fights in Vanilla WoW because he was the last one. He's an old god. They live beneath the earth. As his name implies, he's kind of a Cthulhu-esque god of madness who has been kind of whipping all these Silithid people into a frenzy for thousands of years. All of the old gods are kind of gods of madness and mental illness, shall we say. Whenever they regain their influence on the surface world, they always wind up causing a lot of people to go mad. A lot of cults form. Should probably mount here. A lot of cults form, and the Cthulhu especially has been dealing with the Silithids for so long that they're all basically fucking crazy. Going up. Okay, I came up on the other side of the area I was at before. Hello, Cthulhu. Hey, guys.
All prices here are reasonable. May your days
They're
be
bound
long,
by the power of
and your
Cthulhu.
hardships few.
Dagger, musket. Are any of these cool? Bulwark. Neat. They look neat. These are the height of model making back in 2005. That's my camera. Cthulhu. So this is the old god that you are supposed to be fighting against to. Oh shit! I pulled him. Oh my god. Well, let's see what happens. Likes whipping around this I-beam. I'm told that this was supposed to have affected multiple people around you too. Help me a fight, guys. Come on. You're merchants. I'm just curious what happens if I just sit here and let them spawn stuff for a while. Eventually, I think the last time, one of the times I tried to do this, he was still doing percentage health damage to your character during the middle phase of this. I might be thinking of somebody else as well. But it looks like he is spawning stuff up. And I know I have to pop into him at some point soon too as well. Oh, jeez. That's so fun. Let's go walk into that and see what happens. Oh, I can't get to it. Oh, there are more tentacles over here. There are a lot of tentacles. Is this supposed to hurt me? Mind flay. A lot of movement. Yeah, that actually is doing... Oh man, if that's doing that much damage to me, that must have done a crazy amount of damage to me back in the day. Pew, 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 pew. Alright, I'm gonna start hitting Cthulhu here. He actually has less health than some of the other people that I've already fought, but I believe he is tougher to get to and kill. Obviously, he keeps on knocking people back, so I'm assuming... I don't know if these gongs in the back of this, but again, it's been a while. I-beam coming up. I am not... Do I have to get even closer? So I have to get that close to actually hit him. Wow. He's dead. I did it. Oh no, he's still alive. Oh god, that is a big ass fucking tentacle. I'm getting hit all over the place here from a lot of different areas. I'm not doing too much damage to him either. Maybe he has too much stuff up for me to really hit him very hard. Told his health damage is pretty low because most of the damage you deal to him during the encounter is to the adds, which obviously do add up a fair amount. I can see that. There are a lot of friggin' tentacles. I'm sure you have to split your rate up left and right. I thought you would flip me into the abyss by now. Let's see what I can do here. I know I can eat as a tank. I've been inside of him before. The last time I did this, I cleared this like last week on a tank, and I know I got shoved into his gullet. But maybe I can just do this the hard way. And this is taking me this long as a level 100. I can only imagine that this is not the way you're supposed to be doing this. But I'm not sure the other way. I thought I was supposed to go into his gut at some point. So he's supposed to eat me, and I was supposed to get inside his gut. I totally forgot how I was supposed to get eaten. But he's got a 99% damage reduction at this point. But I am so much more powerful than him that I can totally overwhelm that. Hit my pops here. What do we have? I don't have my right. Damn. So fun. You know what I just remembered about Altaholic is that I haven't logged in to these /played. I haven't logged into Razorgore since I got all my add-ons reset, so I've been at 167 days, so low underestimate. So that is not. I probably double, triple it. in terms of actual how much I've spent on this game. I had all my add-ons kind of reset not so long ago. So let me see if I can actually figure out how to get the fuck in here. This guy, I think he's gonna die anyways with all these dots I have on him. But I know there's a way to get eaten. I've just totally forgotten how I was supposed to do it because last God, Molten would be too. The last time I played this, like not too long ago, a few days ago, yeah, he totally did eat me inside of him. You're supposed to pop inside of him, and you have little inside tentacles even, and you have to kill those to pop back out in order to actually finish him off, and the people on the outside will not be able to do too much to him. But I guess I did not probably hit the trigger right or something like that. I'm not really sure what's going on. Maybe I have to get hit by one of the big ones, but I don't know. I'm just that good, I suppose. Anyways, Cthulhu has been demolished. Radar asks, is this vanilla server, or am I just doing vanilla raids? I am just doing vanilla raids. I'm not going to stream anything that Blizzard would get really pissed off about. This is a live server, Kelderai, and I'm just kind of showing some of the vanilla raids off for people who might not have done them in the past. Obviously, the challenge, the level is not quite the same. Let me see what I picked up here. Death's Sting, Husk of the Old God, Carapace of the Old God. I got a weapon, a dagger. That's kind of a creepy looking dagger. And a Scepter of the False Prophet. That's kind of cool looking. It's an old warlock staff. One hand, oh no, that's a mace, my bad. And it's a, anything that can use a mace. Thingamabob. Greater Scarab, Coffer Key, a bunch of those around. So now you've done it, Cthulhu, I forget if Cthulhu pops up later in the game or not. I totally forgot about if he is. I think some of the stuff out in Wrath of the Lich King, there's definitely another old god in Wrath of the Lich King, who's spreading like molten metal out beneath the ground, to make people crazy. That weird kind of metal, I forget what it's called. Sorodium? Santorium? Something of Saronite. Saronite. That's one of the old guys out there, who is popping and locking and making people crazy. I forget if Cthulhu pops up anywhere else in this rich mythos that is World of Warcraft. And I think the last time I was in here, I couldn't figure out how to get out. I don't know if there is a way to get out of here. I think this is supposed to open up, but I don't think it did. Maybe I had to kill that other ice dude. Saronite, the blood of Yogg Saron. That is definitely it. Ah. Zolback wants to know if I get the black needle mount from the AQ launch on a character. I did not participate much in the AQ launch, unfortunately. I don't recall being super involved in Silithus. It was so far out of the way to get to that I didn't really participate too much. And there was a lot of dumb shit you had to do back when this whole era is being unlocked. You had to pick up a lot of sand and drop it off somewhere else, and do a lot of other stuff too. So it was not super fun. You know what? I think before I go into Naxxramas or Deathwing or something like that, I kind of want to get my audio problems figured out. So if you're not aware, I've been talking to myself this entire time. I've not been able to hear the game at all for some reason. It's only going out to you guys, and it's not coming to me. But we got to our fundraising goal for Pencils of Promise very quickly. Thank you guys so much for chipping in if you did. We will try to pull some names out of hats. I think a bunch of people who gave during the community endurance run are due some prizes. We'll try to get those sent out as soon as we get addresses collated. And some of the people who gave today are definitely going to get some free premium time as well. But we'll do this again, I think. I kind of enjoyed kind of running through all this stuff. If you're curious about the raids, I think... So maybe we'll do Burning Crusade next. There's a bunch of cool stuff in there. There's also Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm. Pandaria would be the toughest one, but I'm pretty sure I could get a couple of people in there to help do the 10-mans at least. And after that, maybe in a few weeks, we can go through the Draenor stuff, and I can pop into LFR. Again, LFR should be kind of easy, I think, to pop in. Let's see how long this takes. raid finder. If it's not immediate, then it's probably going to take a little while. I don't know how many people are actually raiding these days, especially through LFR. Everybody kind of has all their gear set up. It was pretty impressive before when I just kind of popped it in and it did it immediately, but it doesn't look like this is going to pop right away. But in any case, we can probably do all this kind of stuff over the next few weeks if you guys are interested. Once I get my audio problems figured out, because I can't hear shit. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody, and thank you so much for giving 2 Pencils of Promise. We'll probably call it a day for now. And this will probably be archived on my YouTube channel. I'm not sure if we'll put it on the site itself. If you want to see it, it'll all be there. But yeah, audio for me today is a little awkward, and I'd love to get something where I can actually hear the game before we move on. So we'll pop off from now, and we'll see you guys. Maybe I'll set up something next weekend if I can. I forget what is all the events popping up soon-ish. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. That is going to be on my sign-off. I will tweet out the archive to this, and I'll see you guys soon. Thanks so much for coming in. Oh, and if you're still listening, there will be a live sale soon. We're probably going to do a live sale sometime this week. Some of you just asked me about that. We're going to try to do a live sale sometime this week.